Yeah, welcome back, dear student. And in this section, we want to actually move on to blockchain. We have been doing a lot, built a lot, learned a lot. So for our portfolio dApp, this is it. So we've already built the use AI tool. We are using the front end. We built the back end together, even as a beginner, to using Postgres database and Supabase. So we built it together that all these are now coming directly, and we included authentication. So that's why we are able to log in and log out. We can log out and here, and we can log in. Login successful. We can refresh. And here we have it now. So we have it logged in. So since this is not just a Web2 app, by now we are done with Web2. But as Web3 dApp and you are showing your portfolio, you want to prove that you can actually handle creating smart contracts on EVM program, blockchains, and what is also called program on SVM like Solana. So you can create custom, you can deploy it, you can connect it to the front end. So that's what we want to achieve this stage now, and that's why we are covering here. And at the end of it, we should be able to have under this project something like Onchain section where we will create our own custom message on the blockchain. We will do it for this video for SVM Solana, and then we also do it for EVM Ethereum. So we'll be able to put custom message on the blockchain for Ethereum, for Solana, and then be able to retrieve it back. So I will give you the flow of what we actually need to go through this. And don't forget that if like this now, let me check here. So these are the things we'll be covering, what you'll be learning in this section, including Solana, using Rust to build EVM using Solidity. Then we set up some things, tools. We need, though some of those things you will need to go through my previous courses. I've covered all those things. So, but we will be building it together and see how those work and fix everything together. So if you got question, don't forget you can ask your question anytime below. But remember, if you are watching this on free platform like YouTube or so, this is a premium course that I decide to release free for a lot of you to learn from it and so. But if you want support from me and other student community, DPU Pro, you want certification when you are done building this, you want certification, then you need to get on to DPU Pro, where you will learn to build. This is just month 1. So month 2 will be building more projects, and you have seen how thorough, in depth these real world projects are, that we are building full stack projects. So you'll be able to build the smart contract, the front end, the back end, and put everything together, giving you power to be able to participate in hackathon, get hired as a full stack Web3 developer, go for gigs on different freelance platform as a freelance Web3 developer, more like that. So that's why we focus on all these things, having an actual like working project. Once you are done here, you are sure to be able to have a project that will be your dApp, which you can use portfolio dApp. And then as we build all these ones, we'll be adding those to that portfolio. So to have access to all this will be exclusive. I won't be releasing all this like I do with these courses. So you need to be building them to add every month with a challenge. I don't release my source code or anything, so that you learn how to, because when you are solving real world problem, you won't always be seeing code of every features. Instead, I just walk things through with you, show you how I build things in real world and using AI tools and things like that, and then it will help you to build that person. Also, I will be introducing a template platform, template platform for Web3 development for different projects. So you have the template section, you can check it out, but it won't be free for sure. So it can also aid your project that you are building. Now, to have access to DPU Pro, it's currently worth about 2,000 USD for a year subscription, but launching it, this is the first month video and decided to release it free. So we're launching it for just 500 USD, and all these things are stable coin, coin. So it's like USDC or USDT or whatever stable coin at the time you are watching. So, and now if you are watching this video, and I have a special gift for you that I've said, out of this like 50 slots, about 5, 10 to 15 first student that upgrade to DPU Pro, you get additional 50 up to 50%. So if that slot is taken, you may not get up to it again. So up to 50% of this again, that means you are paying just about 250. And for you to have access, comment below, please give me DPU Pro discount. Please give me DPU Pro discount, and if I reply to you, one, you are in, and then you'll be able to see up to the discount percentage you get. And once you get it, you don't want to waste time. It's not what you get and wait for a week, 2 weeks to come out. No, that would have gone. So once you see it within like 24 hours, you want to claim it off. So to get 50% launch, up to 50% launch discount, type please give me DPU Pro discount, and you'll be able to, after building this, you have access to support if you get stuck. You have access to each month I build real world project, full stack project, front end, back end, AI tools, then integrate blockchain, and then I take that, turn it to different challenges for you, which you can see them here. You see different monthly challenge. So you will see a course for you. You will go through just like this. I built it. I don't release source code for you. So instead, you follow, you see how I use those AI tools and build. So you learn. You don't just go and copy code and then no. You build and you learn a lot. A lot will break. You understand what I'm saying? A lot will break, and then you will learn how to fix it. That is what actually make you qualified to be hired, make you qualified to build your own startup Web3 project and more. And you can vote and pick projects that will be built every single month. So if you want to build something, you can suggest it. If other students vote for it, then I will build it. If there's no issue or it's buildable at that point in time with the blockchain feature available, then turn it for you to project and all those things. So you see the certification reward project, 7 years plus experience and things like that. So check it out, and a lot of reasons you should upgrade, and you can have access to all this project. We are currently building this. Now let's get back to what we are building. First, let's try to integrate Solana. So we build the smart contract, we test, we do all those things, and then once it works, we integrate it to front end. We can move to Ethereum. So before we move on, I want to, based on my experience so far, because this can be confusing, I want to quickly draw like a chart pattern of what I call like 7 things you will actually need. You understand? To keep in mind for this. So let's quickly try and draw that out. So the first one that you will need when you want to connect to a blockchain. You want to turn your front end Web2 project to a dApp. These are the 7 steps I have let's say discover myself. So everyone steps might be different, but for mine, this is the steps, and I will try and put them here. Let's do the text first. So the first thing is you create the contract, smart contract / or program. Yeah, so depending on where you are and the language you use, so that's what will determine what you will call it. So I will call it smart contracts program when on Solana, smart contracts when on EVM. So we have this now. From that smart contracts, the next thing you want to do is to go to because I want to maintain some space, so let's first do it this way. Once you have your smart contract ready, the next thing you want to do is to create tests. Yeah, you create tests. So test contracts. So you test this contract. That's the next logical step will be taken, and this will be very important for you. Remember, I told you I won't be giving out codes. It's part of even the don't upgrade just like, oh, I just want code. No, it's already part of even the DPU Pro, because I want to build real people, real full stack Web3 developer that know what they are doing, not just people that just good at fucking other people's ready-made code. Then when things go wrong, they don't even know where to start, how to adjust, even just to do little customization they can't do, because it's all about just fucking code or just vibe coding, telling AI to just create. And then and I trust this word, things will always break in this technology. Not even now Web3, established Web2, a lot of things breaks when you are a developer. So now talk of Web2, so you can see it, no source code. You build alongside, you learn. That's why I'm giving you this thing, so you know each step you have and use the AI to help you. And you see me taking each of those steps one by one. So you test the contract. The next step after that testing, once you test the contract and you see that everything works fine, so let's call this one. Step 1. So then we can move this as step 2. Yeah, so let me make this text color white so you can see it much better. Yeah, so this is step 1, this is step 2. Now once you have the smart contract, you will soon understand why this is important, because if you don't know one of those things, beginners get frustrated when you just talk about, okay, I want to integrate blockchain into my website or existing app or whatever. It's like, what are the steps? Which one should I do first? Do I need wallet? Do I not need? What do I need? This remove that confusion. so that you can build, and any project you are hired to work on, or you know which step is missing, which step needs to be added, which step might be the problem. You understand what I'm saying? You don't just jump around. Now the third one, I hope I didn't forget, because I'm just pulling this from experience. Yeah. So now the third one here, once you create your smart contract, you test it, then you want to start thinking of how do you now, bring it to your front end, because all this now are purely the blockchain. You are not dealing with front end. That is why you have something like this to test, because this gives you a taste of like your front end, but not really, at least to be sure that, okay, this contract is working without actually having built a full front end to work with it. So once you are sure that work, the next thing you want to now think of is your front end. And when you think of your front end, you want to think of, if a user wants to interact with the blockchain, they need some things. Like now, most times they will need wallet connection, because it's just like when you are dealing with authentication in the Web 2 that we did with the backend, when we learned backend and use Supabase and things like that. If the user wants to do things that demand being logged in, just like a lot of all your social media, you cannot post on them, you cannot do a lot of things without logging in. So you need to also understand that that authentication may be handled by, for example, Google and things like that. The same when you talk about the blockchain, the authentication is done by wallet. So you need a way to authenticate user that give them access to be able to interact with this smart contract. So the next thing you want to make sure you try to fix is your wallet, to ensure that, okay, this thing is my blockchain is integrated with wallet. This one is separate from even connecting your smart contract. No, because there are a lot of things you can do once you have your wallet connected without even connecting with your custom smart contract. You can connect with other people's smart contract, DeFi, API, Web3 API, and things like that. So this unlock a lot of things for us. So we need wallet connection. So you need to fix this, and in something like this, how do you know this will include things like wallet adapter or things? And at times, I don't want to write adapter and things like that, because at times you may just use third-party wallet. There are a lot of them. Some of them will even allow you to use multi-chain. Like once you install their wallet, you can deal with multiple blockchain easily. So all these are what you need to figure out. Which wallet are you using? But in this video, we'll be using the core wallet for each of the blockchain. So you have understanding, because at times some of these third-party wallet, they have made things super easier that you just put a line of code. So you don't really have understanding how a lot of things work, which for me, I feel you should have idea as a beginner, and you understand what I'm saying, into full stack Web3 development. So when you now have those idea and decide to use those ones that have abstracted away a lot of those core integration, in case things goes off, you can easily fix issues because you have idea. Not, you understand what I'm saying? So that's why I would just say this as wallet. So you want to now have your wallet connection. So you begin to have more clarity of what is going on and how this is done. Now, if I clear here, okay. So let's now bring it back here. Hope you are following the arrow. Then let me move this, copy this as well. So this will be step 3. And I'm taking a lot of time. If you are intermediate or pro, you can just skip all this. But as a beginner, please do not skip this. So once you now have your wallet integrated into the platform, it is now time to speak to your, what they call it, your contract, or whichever contract you want to. So this wallet, the reason I'm saying like 7, I'm thinking maybe I should even help you break it down further. You understand? So because this wallet now, you need about 2 things. You need to make sure you set up the adapter or whatever maybe third-party wallet you want to use. Then you also need wallet button, where, because every of those things you are doing is at the surface, is behind the scene. Users usually don't see it. So it is the wallet that they will see. You understand? So it is the wallet that they will see that we help them to know. So maybe we should just try to let me bring it down. I want to wallet connection. So the wallet connection now comes into what I will call, first you need to set up the things like wallet adapter or third party app that you might be using, wallet that you might be using. Then this, I think this also, we can say it will also include, apart from the wallet adapter, you need to put things like wallet context. Then you will also include things like inside the wallet context we have the /provider. That's what is actually providing the wallet connection, and all those core things you don't need to bother about. So once you have this wallet context and wallet provider set up, you will be able to, we have this now, and we can, this is still like part of step 3, but for beginners, I decide to, the wallet connection give you idea that everything connecting with the wallet and the blockchain and things like that. So in here now, let's take this, and then after this, these are the things you will check when you are building this. I've told you are not getting source code, even if you upgrade to DPU. So you need to understand what you are doing and each step, if anything is missing. So now the next thing you want to try to figure out now is user should be able to interact with all these things you have set up in the backend or in the background behind the scene. Or so for that to happen, the user need wallet connection button. You understand? So the user need a way to be able to get connected. That's when they click a button, it says connect. We build all those things together, but it's cool that you understand it essentially. And later you will, because I'm not, like I keep telling you, not going to be giving you just code. So you will appreciate, especially as a beginner, understanding what am I even, which level I am, how do I know if I have. So let's call this step 5. So now once we got this to this step, the next thing is the step that connects back to this, which is we speaking to our what do we call it, our smart contract or Solana program. So for you to do that, we also have inside here now what we need to create is do we say interact with contract or program, whichever platform you are. So you interact with contract or program. So at this stage now, just similar to like this adapter, you want to build something which are also in the background. Users aren't, seeing it and things like that. Most of these are usually components which you will see me build. So if I go here now, and then finally you want to build the interactive, the front end, where user will actually interact with whatever you are building. So, and this one now, we go back to this. You can see how the cycle went, because this now will be interacting with the blockchain, or we should say this is interacting with the blockchain and giving back the information. Okay, this is interacting, sending back the info. And then this is sending it. So let's clear here. So, and then this is actually sending it to, I think we can just clear here as well. So I'm just continue here. I think it's better like that. So this will now be your UI, where user contract or program UI. So this is the major thing. That's why I've taken the time to explain it for you. Please, you can pause as beginner, come back each step as you are building things on your own to know which step are you missing. You understand? To try to get which step are you actually missing from it. So this is will be sending and receiving back, and then whatever it gets, it feed it back here. So these are like 7 steps now that you need to take if you want to integrate, and we'll be taking it one by one. So you can always pause and come back to here. So any blockchain, no matter how complex or how simple the features are for any blockchain, usually these are like 7 steps that will be involved. You create the smart contract, you test it. Once everything works, then you want to set wallet connection, which will expand to like wallet adapter or third-party provider you are using. Once you know and pick, you set that up, then you have to have like a wallet connection button where user interact in the UI to click and connect their wallet. Once they have their wallet connected and authorized, like they log in Web2, then you also need to build the interaction between the blockchain and whatever. So whatever this interact with the blockchain through the smart contract, then the smart contract return whatever based on what you have programmed there, and that is what the user actually get in the UI through the contract or program UI that they expect. So now let's start building. The first one we want to work on, like I told you, is Solana, and we are building the smart contract. Solana make use of Rust as the core. They also use other multiple languages as well, including Solidity through some things, which I think I've done a course then. Though I don't think Solana is much updated, but you can check them out. So let's now look at building this one by one. So this is the project we have before. We got this, what we have built, and this is the code where we left. We've integrated front end, back end, and we got this working. Let me stop it and refresh, so that's where we are. So it's not like it's a screenshot or something. So you can see it loading again. So we got this working and loading well now. So when we develop, I always like to have this also opened, so it helps to give some level of, maybe there are issues going on, then we have the console, we can know, clear things up, we can know. So we want to have that we want to have something like an Onchain after this project that prove that we can, like I've said, deploy. So we want to follow those 7 steps. The first thing is this, and we are using it. So for us to do that, we want to use Anchor. So Anchor is one of the most popular tools you use to develop on Solana smart contract. So you can use Rust at its core, vanilla Rust, or you can use through Anchor. Some modification has been done. Then there are other projects that are also coming up as well. I think like Steel and more like that. So STWEL or something. So these are a lot, but Anchor is still the most popular. So that's what we are going to be using. So for us to do that, let's go inside the project now. You see we are inside our full project. Inside the actual root of your project, let's create a new folder and call it blockchain. Whatever you want to call it, I just want to call it blockchain. And there inside here, let's quickly create multiple folder. We can have EVM. And then inside it again, we want to have another folder, Solana. So you see it now. So our contract is like building inside Solana, and EVM can as well go here. So here inside this Solana now, we want to have our anchor program initialized in it. So for us to do that, you need to pay attention. With this, I myself get to forget at times. So you need to ensure when you look at this, we are inside the normal, this default root folder. So we need to go into this folder and then into here. So before we do that, for example, if I do list ls, I have this, you can see all this blockchain. So I want to go inside this blockchain, cd blockchain. You can copy the name. If I ls again, you see that I'm not seeing all this because I'm now inside this folder. And inside here now, I want to go to Solana, is what we are working on now. So I want to cd into Solana. And if I ls again, we have an empty something because there's nothing actually inside this folder. So that's why it's empty. But make sure you are there. You can see it now. /blockchain/Solana. It's so important. Now we want to initialize anchor. You do anchor init, then the name of the something we want to make use of. You understand? So I want us to initialize the default first. So we call it hello underscore word. That's usually like hello world. That's what, but we now expand it to do what we want. What we actually want is to be able to have on-chain message. It has to be on-chain. You understand how? So then you can click like this, but the issue is that this will also initialize a git, like a git. So like you're having another repo, and that will become issue for you later, because don't forget this, we already have a repo for the root. So having another repo inside another repo will cause conflict when you want to push. So we'll put the flag no git. You understand? So what we are telling it is that it should initialize, anchor should initialize just like we did Nextjs, but and the name of the project, the program is hello world, but it should make sure it doesn't initialize git into it again because we already have. So it's inside the git root folder that we are initializing this. If not, if you are just starting fresh, you can just allow it. So we enter, and this uses yarn. So since they use yarn, we'll use yarn within here, but our actual full project front end uses pnpm. This could be confusing for beginner. That's why it took time to, break down this for you. So you start coming back to them one by one. You notice, screenshot it down, and come back to them one by one. So we are still here in the step one. So this has been initialized. You can say hello initialized, fade node module. Don't worry, we'll check that out. So let's now, if I do this same ls I did here now, that shows nothing, you will see it will show something now. It now has hello world, and if I click here, you can see it. There is now a folder project, anchor project called hello world. So we'll go through it and see what is there. But so that I don't forget, let's cd into it hello underscore world. That's to, or you just copy it here to avoid making mistake, so that I'm sure I'll be sure. So you just cd space and paste, so you are sure. So you can see it now. That is different from /blockchain/Solana. It's now /Solana/hello world. And if we do ls again, you now see a lot of all this. If I click here now, you can see them. Yeah, you see it before the component. You see it component. You can see it now. It also has app because they put it there for you if you want to put your front end. But we already have a standalone front end, so we don't need this have so there again, so you can delete if you want, but just ignore. And then you have all these files that are there, so I quickly run you through the migration. These are for deployment script. The major one, number one, you can see is this program. The program is what actually, if we click on it, you see this target, click on it, and then it has src folder. That is where lib.rs, that is where our program is. So you can have multiple program here, but each of them has to have this folder, just like we have this. So we can have hello world 2, then it will be, it has its own src and things like that. So then that's like the source file. Then it has this cargo tom.toml. Then you have this, or a lot of this you won't touch it, but there are some you will touch. So but this is an example of your hello world basic Rust program. So I will just run you through basic, which you should as well go through yourself. And also in future I've done a lot of basic program, but for now I don't think I've done purely for Rust. So maybe if the DPU Pro student request more, I will find time, building full stack project, to now maybe add additional basic something focused on just Rust, learning Rust for Solana development and things like that. So Web3 development. So when you look at this now, these are helping you initialize. Let's go. These are how you learn. We should get back our AI. Remember we were using something like Grok earlier. I think we've logged out. So you can take it there when you see contract like that, like explain to me what this contract actually do. So I want to do something that could help give you an idea how that, so it will not just explain but also give a lot more details for us there. What this we have been working on before. So we want to asking about Anchor, Git ignore and things like that. Is I have this Rust Anchor Solana program as beginner. Help comment on it in a way that I can learn to understand what it does. So all these are helping us to understand, and this will give a breakdown of all these codes. So the major summary of all this is you just have this. Every program has the way they are initialized. So if you are writing HTML, it has its own open structure and things like that. So when you are using Anchor, is essential, and a lot of these things you see, there are a lot of core code, low level code behind that they have abstracted away. And then you want to declare your program ID. So the program ID is when you deploy on the blockchain, just like when we created a Web2 table. There's the name for that table that will, when we are calling our backend, that will be able to like, okay, go to this table. You don't just say go to backend and get me this name. You have to tell it where is the name. It's on username table, it's on project table. So you have to tell the blockchain, the front end, all those things that, okay, once you access the blockchain, that I need this to get a message from a contract. Which contract? Where is it located? Then this address is what. So as you deploy a smart contract, this gets auto-generated for you. So you don't need to think or scratch your head how you generate it. Now this initialize, like as a program, and then you are, if you have worked with like Solidity and things like that, you are initializing your project, like your program, and you have a function there as well, like initialize, you see fn, and it's like public function, and this context is part of you bringing in some things like wallet, account, and things like that. And the message give you like message log, just like think of like console log in JavaScript. So this gives some log and things like that. So then you need to initialize with struct account. This deal with account and things. So let's see what the AI gives us. So cool. So this picks this and I can replace it. You see it now importing Anchor framework. This macro declare the unique program ID. Think of it as the address of your smart contract. The program actually mark this module as a Solana program. It tells Anchor that the function inside this module are entry point that can be called from the blockchain. The module name hello world is the name of your program, and it can be anything you choose. So you can see it now. So the name of the program, maybe this DeFi or things or whatever your project is. This bringing everything from the parent scope, like the Anchor prelude, into this module. It ensures you can use Anchor types and functions inside this. So think of this as import JavaScript. You understand? All these are front end. We always have import there that we do. Import one component and things. So all these components, you don't need to write it because they are core. So importing and using them, these are part of it. Ensure you can use Anchor type function inside the module without extra import. You see what I'm saying? So it's like super import. So this is your first function or instruction in the program named initialize. In Solana, function like this are entry points that client like your front end can call. The function takes a CTX, that's context, parameter of type context initialize, which hold the account and program data, like I explained to you earlier. So it is like exposes account, program data, and something, because don't forget this smart contract, you'll be dealing with account and things like that. Then you got it return results, and you always have like this okay. It's like you are doing an API call. You always want to have a kind of a final status, like is it okay, does it fail, and things like that. So return result meaning it either succeed, okay, or fail. You get what I'm saying now? With error. So once it has error, it won't get to this okay. It's like it just cut off and show error. But if you get to this okay, then it shows that every other thing before here. So this will always be at the end of your function, not in the middle, because it means most times to even give you error. But if it doesn't give you error, it means you can get okay without even executing some important things. So then this derive account attribute tells Anchor to automatically generate code for handling account. So this help you, this contract you are dealing with user getting, just like when you are dealing with front end user authentication and things. So all these things help you handle them with your Solana program. The struct initialize define the account required for the initialize function above. In Solana, every function call instruction need to specify which account it will read from or write to. So Solana deals with multiple accounts. So, and when you are dealing with smart contracts on Solana, which I won't be going into details, that's why you see me not doing it, because when you go to the programming university, and you go to all courses, so these two courses are essential for UI Enhanced Web3 Blockchain Developer 101 and AI enhanced Web3 front-end development course. So all this set you up for your first interaction with Solana Smart Contract and setting up environment that will be seen Anchor. And then if you just go through some of this, you are not dealing with, but it help you, especially this one-on-one, help you set up development environment like Solana CLI, including this as well. And these are what you actually need. Either you are using Solidity or Solang or Rust or whatever for Solana development. So go through it and you can easily have access. I make this course free. A lot of students went through them, and then now it's still open, but you will need to be in the DPU Pro to have access to them. And don't forget, if you want to join, you get question, you need support, you need to join and build. Once you finish building this, you want to be building, getting challenge monthly, building project yourself, not code you just go and copy. You watch me build it, I myself build it, then show you like this, and then you follow with the help of all this AI tool. You build and understand the process. You are transformed. Each project you build, you are transformed. You are not usually transformed when you just go and copy a full done repo and just run it, and it's just running. You usually see if anything breaks, that is when you start getting headache. But if you build it through following this as the challenge, then you will get transformed, you get better, you will fail, things will break. And then if you want such challenge every month to be adding to your portfolio dApp, then you want to upgrade to the DPU Pro, which is going for 2,000, like I told you, 400 for a year subscription, but launching for just 500 for 1 year. And if you are watching this on like this free platform now, then congrats, because the first 5, 10, 15 students to upgrade to the DPU Pro Foskaay Academy, you will be able to get up to even 50%. Depending on how early you are, you might get just 5%, 10% of 15 or 20%. But if you are early, you will get up to 50%, which means you are only paying just $250. And see, all this none is refundable. I only need serious students. So if you have gone through this and you still feel I'm not enough to help take you from zero to pro Web3 developer, please don't bother to pay. You won't get your fund. So I only need serious that they know, no, I've seen this. Foskaay is capable of helping me go through. I want to join that challenge. I don't want to just be people that shine by just fucking other people's code, don't know what is going on, but it's working. And then if there's any little issue, they are stopped. Even with AI, you understand. So you enjoy AI more because you understand the basic things, and you want to vote for projects you want to build. And then at the end of the day, every month, once you go through that transformation for each project that will be building, you want to be able to, you can see them a lot, and you can suggest a lot that will be building every month. So this, why you see this is not month yet, because we are still in month 1, and the student will decide which one they want for month 2 based on voting. So now, for you to have access to another 50% discount, limited up to 50%, what you want to do now is for you to comment below, please give me DPU Pro discount. You want to comment this, please give me DPU Pro discount. And if I reply to you, you know this discount. If you are early, you'll be able to get up to 50% launch discount. And if it's been long while of launch, then you might not be able to do that. So, but at least you still get a discount probably. So you don't want to miss that opportunity now. So you get support, you get to build real world full stack Web3 project like this every single month, and you build it yourself. So if you want any other something, I'm also building a template part that I take a lot of this knowledge also. I sit down and make it full ready. That's why all these things are ready. You can use them and just modify. Once you learn, they are production ready. That's, you see, everything we use are production. They are not just unreal things for just cost. No. So I also take them, work on them more, and then transform them to templates. So that you will go to section to have access. That isn't free for sure, because I will have a lot of support and things like that doing. So now you can get it with please give me DPU Pro discount. If you go through this, you will understand. That's why you will see me, and not that I'm just skipping. You will learn a lot about some of these as well. So that's it. Currently this struct is empty, meaning the initialize function doesn't require any specific account. In a real program, you at least account here, like a user account for a data, you understand, to store state. For example, you might add something like account public user signer info. This would mean the function expects a mutable account that sign the transaction. So this doesn't include any signed transaction. That's why I did this, because we want to do something. You understand, and you will know what this is about. But before we do it, as I take things step by step, this course is enough for you even as a beginner to build your first app and show it now, even your portfolio, before you join the challenge and start building more every single month. That's all you need. This is all you need. So now we have this. Let's go through. I've said this. You can see the name. All this generated the name, hello world, and most of these things you don't change it because you can break. So yeah, this also. Then you usually have this target. This target has a lot of things inside it, but it usually come with like a key pair, which is like help to create wallet and things like that. So your key pair is a private key. You should never reveal this to anybody. So all this I'm showing you because they are sample, they are development, and this, you understand. So they are key pair that work with to sign and do a lot of things, deploying your contract and more. So you want to keep that, and then you have this. A lot more will be coming inside this target, like your IDL and your types. So, and that is when you begin to appreciate what we do here. The next one we are moving on is test. We want to test. And then before we talk of wallet connect, all this, if you want to interact with your contract, you need to know how the contract is structured. You remember when we are dealing with the Web2 backend, before you can interact with your table, like the project table that was giving us this particular, this is now coming from backend table that give us all this project. Before these things came in from there, you cannot just say, okay, I know there's a table called project, or you get me this. No, you need to know what is the name of the columns that are there, which column save the title, which column save the categories, what format is the category saved. The more you understand how that table is formatted, is built in the backend, the more easier it will be for you to interact and structure your interaction with it. So for you to know and make it easier, that is what the idea is about. In EVM is called ABI. So that is what gives you a structure of how your smart contract or program looks like, and then it helps you understand. So inside here now, maybe I can have something like ABI/IDL. They are different depending on the program you are using. They have different name. So but just keep that in mind. So you can have something like ABI, IBL, IDL. So you'll be able to get that here from once we do. So you will see all that inside there. And the types is just to help you, because like you are dealing with TypeScript here. If you don't have types for those things, you have more issues. So that's why Anchor help you generate all those things. And here we go now. You have this, then we have the test. That is where we have the second aspect of our stage. So we have moved from here. We've created contract. We want to create contract. We have not done deploy and all those things. We'll do it. But this talk about the second stage, which is the test. And that is what we have here inside the test folder. You see it is outside of the program. So we have the program file, we have the target, we have the test. So those are the essential app migration. This node is auto-generated when you install packages, so you can delete and reinstall it, doesn't matter. So this program, you understand that now. Then you understand the target now, which will create more details later. Then we have the test. This is where you have test. You understand? So still ignore this. It's trying to, you can see it is trying to import types for hello world from target, but it's not there yet. So until we deploy, it will be generated. So if I copy this same thing, that's how it learns. That's why I'm doing all this for you. So as we move to more advanced project challenges every month, I may not always be doing some of these basic things for you. So that's why it's so essential. I always refer even DPO Pro students, because it's their first course to go through. Now let's go back to our AI, and inside it we want to say, okay, do the same for the test code with same detailed comment for beginner to understand what it's doing and learn along the way. So we got this now, we copy it for it. Meanwhile, I also want to, I just remember I've forgotten, is that if you notice now, I'm using another AI tool, IDE. It is called Windsurf. Let me show you. Windsurf. So while that is on, so you can follow here to download. Because while I was doing this course, this course took me about 2 weeks recording, because while I was recording, I already spent about 4 or 5 days recording it, front end, back end, all those things. Then when I got to here, I've even lost the video. I wanted to include it for you, like an hour. I was trying to do this, but then we'll still get to that stage. While I was trying to build the contract, it got error. That was when I discovered and went online and discovered this isn't just me, it's a lot of people. So, and once I got that error, it was coming from Anchor, it was a serious error, and I had to uninstall every of CLI, Solana CLI, every development tool I know of, Rust, Solana CLI, Rust C, and all those things. Anchor, I uninstalled them and then reinstall them again. Yet it wasn't working, and that was, I have the latest Anchor. I don't know when you'll be watching, but then it was like about 0.31 something. So now that latest one demand GLBC feature 0.39 or something, which my system only has 0.32 or 35. And for that thing is a core of all operating system. So that means I will have to actually upgrade my operating system before I tell you why I was doing that. I lose all my file because my operating system was Linux 22. And by the time I discover what it required was Linux 24. And at that point in time was Linux 24.4.2. I don't know when you'll be watching. It could be Linux 26. But I'm sharing this, it could help you. So as I try to do that, I lose a lot of all my files. Then I install again. I think even before then, I try to now ask questions with those AI that we've been using, and then suddenly I just got blocked. That it was telling me from cursor that maybe my IP or something I should reach out to the customer support. And then I went online. I discovered it's issue because I just updated to their current version. It's issue a lot of people have. So it's not actually about I did anything wrong. I didn't do anything or misuse their platform to warrant being blocked. So once I saw that a lot of people are having the same after the upgrade, I just looked for alternative, and then I came across Windsurf, and I'm telling you, this was even more super helpful, sincerely, because you will see how this go through files help with what they call their cascade. It's like agent, but I believe it's solid. So that's why you see me now, but they are all the same. But this is what I'll be using moving forward. Maybe in my coming video you see me using it, but if anything I may also use cursor at times if they unblock that and things like that. But this for now is perfect for what I'm doing. I'm telling you. So now let's go back. Yeah, so you can download. That's why you see cursor, so that by the time I start using the AI, because we soon get there, I may forget. Like this was different from what it was showing us from the beginning. No, I didn't just switch. Those are the reason why I don't have interest releasing codes and things like that for my courses anymore like before, because a lot of students will not learn. They just get the finished code. Even you get things like that. No, because a lot of things will break. You understand? That's just an IDE. Then look at it. Also Anchor and things like that. I have to install Linux. The old OS, I have to upgrade it. So it was a serious issue, and then that took me days to do that, and that's why it took another like a whole week to figure it out, to install new one, have it work with the latest Anchor and things like that. So I hope you also like these things, sharing with you the challenges. These are part of what you learn every single month. What are the challenges I myself face? I'm not here to tell you, because no actual real world developer, professional developer have things going smoothly. If not everyone, even with AI, things breaks in development a lot frequently than you thought, and you have experience even as user with a lot of apps. So that's why I made a lot of them have updates all the time. So now if we go back here, that's done that for us. Let's copy it, and I think we should have it to replace here and quickly go through it. So you have idea now. You understand? You have idea what is. So importing Anchor framework. You remember when you are dealing with Nextjs Frontend, you always do import. So you have to install this. So this move us to this stage, or this wallet installation, because if you want to interact with front end, you need a lot of these things. But this inside Anchor, but you still need some of them. So the wallet connection, you need wallet, but Anchor and do all those for you inside the Anchor test. But in your main front end, you will need it. So it does all this already for us, but we still need to import to use Anchor. So that's why in your project, you want to go to here, your terminal. In the main project, remember, inside the main portfolio dApp, not inside the program. I repeat it. So if you make mistake, delete, and it's part of it. So you need to pay attention. Ensure this is here. This particular, I'm trying to ensure that I didn't miss it too. So then you need to put, remember we use pnpm here. So pnpm add or high or install, so that everything gets updated again. Then you need to put this anchor, this and this. So because I may not remember again in the wallet, since I've put them here, wallet, let me show you. You see them, all this you need to install it. You can see it. Just pause the video. Solana wallet adapter base, Solana wallet adapter React, Solana wallet adapter React UI, Solana wallet adapter wallet, then Web3.js. This 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and another one to it is this Cora. So just do at, for example, at, if you just type here at Cora -xyz slash, so just put the name. You don't need to put this. You can install them one by one if you want, or just give space, like at Solana /web3.js. Then you want others and web3. You space them, and then you understand. You space them, you add them, you space them till you have all the 6 or 7, or you do it one by one. You choose your choice. So once you have that, I have it already, so I'm not going to install. So just keep that side way. But you know, this another folder entirely. So all this already is there. You don't need to install. Everything you need is already here. So we just need the yarn, which we have done earlier, but to confirm it, you can stay on it again. So make sure we are back inside the terminal for this hello world Solana blockchain. So we don't run the wrong thing somewhere else and get error. So the packages on already have this for pre-install anchor initialize, so you don't have issue with that. All we need is, so this import anchor, so that's how we got the anchor. Then it also import program. So the program, the anchor help you access your program. And remember, program is the same thing as smart contract, but on Solana it's called program. So when you hear me say program on Solana, I mean smart contract. So importing the TypeScript type generated for your hello world program. These types are automatically created by Anchor based on your Rust program. They define the structure of your program, including its instruction. Remember, I told you that inside this target there will be this, and we'll see it together, but that's what is explaining for you. You need to import it. So if not, you have type error. The describe block is part of testing frame Mocha. So Anchor is using Mocha. There are different framework for testing, like unit testing and things like that. So, and you know, this isn't like your full front end. It's like me making your front end. So we use, you import describe hello world. So that's what this is, and that's what have your old code. So everything has the way you initialize it. Then you have set the Anchor client to use the local Solana cluster. So set Anchor provider. So but here now, this line creates a program instance for your hello world program. You get what I'm saying? And then it initialized. So we have function here that's initialized. So we are trying to initialize that function. That's why you see just one single function. So if you have multiple function, you will see multiple function. And what is it doing? It's doing constants. This I call the initialize function inside our blockchain. So how did it know is that it uses the IDL and types that already give it idea, just like Web2 table in a database. It already give it idea. Okay, we have this column, it's linked to this and things. So you call it the right way. What I've explained earlier is what you are seeing. Now the logs, remember you want to console log the transaction, because this is just a log as well. Understand? Yeah. So that is the major thing there. And quickly, any other thing you need to learn here is the git ignore, normally you usually not touch this. You know what git ignore, so you don't commit. Then pretty link styling. Then this anchor term is now very important, where this is the package manager you are using, usually use yarn. Then resolution, choose skip linting for, so it linked your code. Then this is important. I don't usually use localnet. Localnet is like you have your own Solana blockchain running locally, so it's just for development. I prefer to use Testnet. The reason is that Testnet is just a replication of mainnet. So at times, some things can even work in the local net, and then you will have issue. So for me, if you want to start, it's like you start from local, then move to Devnet, then move to mainnet. Don't jump from local to mainnet, you may have issue. So that is why I even just prefer to do the testnet, which is called Devnet on Solana. There's also testnet on Solana, but that one is more for core development, testing and things. So you deal with Devnet, but on Ethereum EVM is called testnet. So it can be confusing. So you want to change this to Devnet because that's what I want to use. And another advantage apart from is like a replication of the mainnet. So whatever work there will likely work on the mainnet, and if it breaks there, will likely break on the mainnet. So is that it's not local. For example, now you can send that program for another person to test it, like you are submitting, trying to get support now as a DPU Pro student, or I need to check some things for you as the course. Like, okay, send me your program ID. If you deploy it on localnet and send it to me, I can't test it. If you are deploying your front end to like Vercel or whatever platform, you cannot be interacting with so all these things are important. So, but this is just like your mainnet, but the tokens are free for developer to use for testing. So, but it's available all over. It's not on your system, it's available. So now that's the advantage. You have your hello world. Remember this. Let me move this here. So remember this program declared ID, for your program. So this is it here. It has to be the same so that the Anchor knows the program you want to deploy and things build and things like that. Then the URL here, we have this one is the URL you will use if you are dealing with the local. But since I'm dealing with Devnet, I need the URL for it. So I can quickly just do Devnet Solana Devnet URL. So there is a doc with so you have different RPC you can use. So the RPC are those that help you undo those. I should have mentioned them here as well. /RPC. So maybe I should not categorize them here, so that they are different in this one. Are those that help you. It's just like you have your database and you hosted it on Supabase, and then Supabase have that API that makes it easier for you to connect with all those multiple tables. So the RPC is not easy for you to connect with the blockchain straight. So the RPC are those that have the optimized connection with the blockchain, and then they can now allow you to easily interact with the blockchain. So you can like have something, think of something in between here as your RPC. Think of them like that. So they undo those connection in between. Now we are, you see why this I break down I need to figure this out myself. It's so you just connect, and then things get. Once you understand the 7 step, I created it myself. I didn't see this anywhere. It's based on my experience and once I am following it, I see, and that's why I share it. That's why I even break this even down more. Those 7 steps, it helps a lot. So now let's get back, and here we need the RPC. So depending on if you are launching a full stack project that is on mainnet and things like that, you will need your own paid RPC, because free one will be slow, has limits. So when you are beginning to have a lot of interaction, it will block you off. So your app off, your dApp off. So there are a lot of them here. So but I just need for the default one, because we are not doing much. So the public testnet, we have API Devnet, and if we look at here, you replace this. All these are so important. That's why I'm taking the time and save. You see this, the AI is so solid, and then it's telling me if I tab, but if not, I will have to manually change it as well to Devnet. So you see, this is so important. This is anchor.tom or TOML is your entry. So you will start building your smart contract. This is the configuration it will be looking for. So if you have LocalNet, it will be looking to deploy your contract on LocalNet. If you have mainnet, which is money, I employ you never to do that until you have tested very well, you are sure, because that will cost a lot of money. You understand? You don't want to go and deploy and be testing with that. Here now we have this, and this is our CLI, which the courses I told you you should go through to help you. All this would have showed you how to set up your Solana CLI and all these things, and by then you would have understood this. And if you are like on a YouTube DPO YouTube channel, for example, I've done a lot of courses on CLI, a lot of videos on CLI. You can watch how to transfer, to move, how to check balance and more like that. So you can check it there. So if we go back, so this id.id.json is like your default wallet. The same thing like this that has your private key inside, which is called key pair, that can unlock the private and public key. So now if you are pointing to it, so having this app work on any something. So if not, you have to manually put where that file is. So this one help the system to auto detect it, and then it's inside the .config/solana/id.json. So it's usually the default if you install and create your wallet. So watch those courses, but I explain it step by step for you. I won't go back. So then this, you usually not need to change anything. But if you are working and it seems there are timeout, at times you need to increase the ball. Usually you don't need it. But this specific one are very essential, and then we will change this later once we deploy a new contract. So this you usually not change it. So then package JSON, you usually not change it for the default. Also the TypeScript, and your yarn lock is auto generated. So let's confirm that the yarn is installed, because we have like the front end testing, so we need it install. So its sources is there. So that's what brought this node module. So we have everything ready now. It's time to deploy, and then what we want to do is anchor deploy. Please make sure you are inside this folder, whatever name you give it. You are inside the folder of that program in your terminal. So where everything, you don't need to go inside here. You just need to the root folder of this program, anchor program. Then the first thing we should do is build, which just like when you want to deploy your front end, we do anchor build. I don't need yarn lock. So this is still showing error, but you see that it will be fixed once we build. And you monitor this target, you see more files and folder will be created inside it. I hope this doesn't create issue again. Anchor build. It really gave me a lot of issue then. So if you don't have any issue, then remember, if you need support building, I really want student building, feel free to ask for support below the video in the DPU Pro Foskaay Academy platform. If you are watching on YouTube, you can't get a free platform for free. You can't get support. You understand? Support to have support is for DPU Pro student, and you can quickly get to it with a lot of advantage that you have access. Once we build this full stack portfolio, we'll be building and doing challenge every month. We build. You can even vote and suggest which project I should build. I will build it. If there is no delay, any issue, then if we need to change the project, I'll let you know. We'll build it with other student voting. Then we'll build it. I build it, turn it to course step by step like this, and then share Web3 project management skill you can learn to handle the course, AI tool you need for it, the front end, the back end, then the blockchain integration, building the smart contract, step by step with you. And then you will now be, the challenge monthly is that you should rebuild it, follow my guide without the source code, so that you learn, you get transformed every month. Then also include some tips on how to make money with that skill. So I'll be creating a dedicated course on making money, and we'll be discussing, and students will be sharing their experience, how they get job, how they get things under it there. So that's how we'll cover every month. You can imagine each getting challenge and having your portfolio filled with a lot of these full stack projects, solid, that you are building, transform, not that you just copy code. you know what that means. That unlock any opportunity, and these are high income skill. Web3 development is high income now. You're like full stack, you can build front, back end, and then smart contract. That's even more. You see what I'm saying now? So that means you can just take on a small startup as their full stack developer, and then you fix a lot of things in one. So who don't want that? And at times you might be hired to as a senior once you get to level, because you can see multiple people, those in front end, those in back end, because you have the solid knowledge in all those in smart contract. So now it's just for 2,400 USD for a year subscription. But I'm having the launch, because this is the first month, the first course we are doing is this. So after this, we'll be building this monthly and adding it up to the portfolio. That is so important. So you now begin to add those things you are building as your project. You see it for your potential employer, those that want to partner with you, grants, bounty, and things like that, or for freelancing as a product. Okay, what have you done with you? So you want to have access to that. It's just going for just 500 for 1 year subscription. But if you are watching now, you have opportunity to be among the first 5 to like 15. I will be giving out maybe 3, 5, 10%, 15, 20, up to 50% on this again. So depending on how fast you are, how you claim, and once I send within 24 hours or maybe less, that will go. So it's not something slot you get and then wait for. No, it won't be working again. So if you want to just go comment below, please give me DPU Pro discount. Comment it below, and if you get me comment, discount you are getting, it can be up to 50% depending on how early you are to claim it. So, and once I post it for you, you have just a 24 hours or less. So you should only do this if you know you are serious, you are ready. Because if not, you miss it. You can't comment again and get response from me. I will know you're already not serious. So I don't have time for that. If you have gone through this type, I only need serious people that are transforming their life from zero to pro to acquire high income skill like full stack Web3 development, and increase their opportunity to earn. Because when you have high income skill, you open more opportunity for yourself to earn different, maybe get higher or start a Web3 project, start up yourself and things like that. So you want to take advantage, type please give me DPU Pro discount. Now back to where we are. So you can see this as compiled. You see, so as the pro student, I'm always there to support you. You get stuck, please feel free to ask question below. So not on YouTube, all those things, you understand that now. So I mean, you'll be watching this probably within the DPU Pro Foskaay Academy platform, so you are free to comment below it and get answer, and read through other student question. If it's repeated, I may not respond to you. So, and if it has helped, you will see it there. You can just say it has helped me as well. So this successful, if you see this, and if we click here now, did you notice a lot from just a single folder to 1, 2, 3, debug, deploy, IDL, release, SBF, Solana, this like the new course, but don't let me bore you with that. Then the type. So the major two things we need here now is the IDL. Remember I told you, this creates an interface that makes it easier to deal with from your front end, which is here. For your front end to interact with it, so you can see it, the name, initialize, and things like that. Then we have this types. Yeah, I've seen it. Then you can see it's the same address all over. Then here, types. Yeah, TypeScript. So this, it tells you this is not your IDL. So where you need your IDL, don't use this. These just types to make sure your types, like when you are using TypeScript in your project and things like that, will not be shouting at you in the front end. So it helps the type know the interface as well. So you can see all this, and this gives you both instruction and account. So this will be based on your program. This is just a simple program. So now we have built it, we got this, and if we go back to the test, you see that the error has gone because it's now able to locate this inside here. Now cool. The next thing we want to do is anchor deploy. So make sure you have fixed your anchor term. You can pause and make sure it align with this. You can always change this. So once you deploy, or even if anything has issue here, once you deploy, the final program as well, you can change and redeploy and rebuild and redeploy. So this, and for us to deploy, we need so you should get Testnet. So all those are already in the beginner, all these courses, how you get Testnet, so all those things so I'm not going back into it. If you're a beginner, have access to all these things and go through it. You have idea of how I go in details with courses now. So let's just go back here. So remember this idl.json. If I do Solana address, it gives me the address attached to that idl.json what they keep here. So then if I do Solana balance, if you forget, you can also always use your AI or Google or whatever. So the balance, tell me the balance I have. So you see, so I have about 10. So most just use 1 or 2 or 3. So depending on how complex your smart contract is. So if I look here and I want to do something here, what I want to do is to take this particular contract. So I know that I have, because if you don't have it, it will not work. I can now do anchor deploy. So now we want to put it on the blockchain, which is the Devnet, Solana Devnet. So if all goes well, we should, because we have front. So you can see it deploying. So you can also switch. You should check if you do Solana config get. So you can search for that. I have a lot of resources. All those things are in those courses as well. So you see it now. Output status, exit. Solana config get. So this tells you, usually when you install, you are on mainnet. So make sure you are on Devnet, because you are not spending real money. You don't want to spend real money to be testing. So then, could that error be error of network or something? Deploying program paths, 40 write transaction failed. Status down. I think timeout. You see it. So now you can retry, and now we have retried. You understand? So I think because we just initialized this, it has generated this for us, and we are able to, and you know, on Solana you can also upgrade easily. So this is, and since it matched this, if it doesn't match this, then we need to copy it and replace it in our anchor term file. We replace it in our lib, and then you run anchor build again, and that AP automatically replace it here and any other places. So you just change it in the anchor term and manually, and lib as rs, that's for Rust. So now we have this, and you can even confirm it. If we go here now and go to Solana Explorer, so usually popular is like SoScan or Solana FM. So anyone you can use. So if we go here now and put this is what I'm telling you, and search, you won't see it, because if you have deployed this on local net, it will only be on your local something. But now anybody can check this, but you need to switch this to, I think it's somewhere here. I'm coming. Chain. Wow, I've forgotten the angle this is on. So we need to switch it to Devnet. Devnet, where's the option? Yeah, this is it. So it's here. When you over here, you see it mainnet. So you need to put it in Devnet, not Testnet. Then if we try that same search again, this time around you can see it. So that's the advantage why I like to, because anyone can check it. Is actually on the blockchain, but the test Devnet test version of the blockchain. So you can see now this was our transaction, and it will tell us that we deployed contracts and all those things, all these payers and more like that. So congratulations, you have been able to build and deploy your first Solana blockchain smart contract, and you're starting your journey becoming a full stack developer. So now once we have this deployed, we will still change this contract. We want to change it, but I walk you through, because moving forward, I won't be explaining a lot of these things again, because you now have base understanding. I should be able to, any other one, you go and take those beginner courses and help you better as a DPU Pro student. So now, if we have this now, it's done. Yeah, I think the final thing we need to do is to test it. So you run, usually you will be told to run anchor test, but I prefer to run, based on experience, anchor. Instead of anchor test, I run anchor run test. The difference between them is that anchor test, we run anchor build, anchor deploy, then anchor run test. So it will go and do the previous steps you have done previously. So build, deploy, and then find your test script. But now I've done that, so I just wanted to run the test. But at times when you're having issue, you may just run that. So I just want the test only. I don't want it to redeploy, rebuild, and all those things. So that's why I will run anchor run test. It will tell you it has found this, which is this. You see it passed, and it gives us this signature, which if we copy here and enter, we are now in Devnet. Ensure you are in Devnet. You can see it. So you can see it now. So this tell you can see it. Greetings from, and that was what our something says. Greeting from the wallet of, I think, the smart contract. You see it. Greeting from. Look at this as JavaScript, and then this one call the contest, and it's saying which unlock access to a lot of things. Like output the program ID for me, and that's why you see it. This is the program ID. Remember our program ID that we have here. I think, yeah, 5 up. So you see it greeting from, and that's what it outputs. So this is just basic. This is a log, not actually an on-chain program. So we still got a problem in our hand. But I decide to take you through this so that you learn building your first Solana Rust-powered smart contract or program. Sorry, Solana people. So some people even say they hate when they hear smart contract. So for people like us that are chain as agnostic, we are learn a lot of blockchain. I've even learned Flow. I built Flow smart contract and things like that. So a lot of blockchain I've worked with over the years. You understand? I've taught Flow blockchain development and things. I will even call Flow blockchain platform, educational platform, and more like that. So I at times smart contract. So sorry if you are so pure Solana person and get angry at that. Sorry. So now that's what we are putting. But the problem we got here is that this is just a message logging from the blockchain. We want actual to store on chain. We want to prove to whoever is checking that we know how to undo, manipulate, put, remove content, data on the blockchain. Everything you put there is like data. So this is too basic for what we want to do. So we need to upgrade this. But now, since you have the flow, I won't be explaining everything for you step by step. And what I want to do is that I will take you through the AI to help us from here to get that step. But I've done it, and I'll be showing you. And some of those codes, if you need to pause the video, if you need to, but don't just go, is the learning. That's why I will show you the prompt. I told you the best result you get from those AI depend on your prompt engineering, how you can write your prompt, and that is what I will show you. It's better to even pause and maybe retype some of those prompts, but also learn. I will tell you the mindset of how to relate to those AI and get the best and all those things. So that's what we do to be able to connect with our front end here. So henceforth, you learned this now, you won't see me doing that, and then you can just follow through. And sorry if you hear any background noise like that. So let's quickly get that done now. So what we want to do is that we need this on-chain. This is not on-chain. This is just like you write a JavaScript project and console log. Console log isn't meant for your front end. You understand? So it's the same thing. You are just logging. You see the format is what we are just using this message is so that you use console log. So normally in Rust is MSG message, but Solana I think put that asterisk or anchor. So So now how do we do that? Let's go. This is where this cascade work, and I want to teach you another more. Is that when you look at what I'm doing, I taught you in Cursor, I usually use chart. I don't use write or agent that just change things for me. It's essential for you to do that first, because it helps you to learn. It help you. That is how you will get better beyond all those normal beginners that just AI5 coding, just this. They don't understand what's going on, because the chart forces you to read and understand what's going on. So you will discover that the AI is not just helping you to change, it's also helping you to learn while building, which is one of the best way to do that. You understand? So that's why I use chart. You only use agent to change things, cascade like this, when you know what you are doing. And at times when things go wrong, it may give you a headache, though you can try to reverse. But so the chart, and then also this AI is so important. You choose Cloud 3.5 Sonnet. Cloud, as of today, a lot of AI are shouting it. There's no AI that beat Cloud. That's Anthropic in coding solution. Like that don't give you ta. I've dealt with all of them. I'm telling you, at times when things get tough, especially when you are dealing with Web3 that don't have enough support content documentation like Web2, they just give you this and this and things just break. And at times things are figured out for hours or days. Once I grab Cloud, it solved it for me in a matter of hours. I'm telling you, giving me code, fixing issue and things like that. So as of now, if you are students under the student, what other model are you using? They now have 3.7, but I add that is much costly for now and things like that. But Sonnet 5 still work, but by the time you'll be watching, it might be Sonnet 10 or Cloud 10 or any other one. If that's why you should be a DPU Pro still, because every month I also try to test new ones. So if I see anyone that is better, I will also recommend it in future. But as of now, it's this. So and this also could better, but it's much costly. You understand? So these already do a lot of things I want to do. You get what I'm saying? Beat GPT, all those things. I kid you, Grok, 3, all those things, beat them in those coding. So they may beat it in other things, but that. So or else you will stay long if you are trying to use ChatGPT and all those things. I'm telling you the reality. Now you will see what I say here in my code base. In blockchain folder, I have 2 Solana program, Hello World and Hello World Web3. So you will see what I try to do here is that I copy this Hello World. Once you make sure you have it working, copy it and then make sure you paste it within the program, and you will have one Hello World and one Hello World copy. You can see what I'm saying now. But instead of that, what I even prefer to do, but for you to see it that this is inside the program, go back inside that program and initialize another anchor so that it can help you name some things. And what I do is this. we now want to build the one that we will use in the front end, and that will be much faster. I'll just be building a lot of things for you, but I'll be going through some of these prompts. You can pause it and retype or copy or screenshot and things, and there I can get it for you, and then it will help. So what I do is just to go to inside this here. I want to open another. You remember it will start from the root. So if I do ls, I want to go inside the blockchain. So cd blockchain. Then inside the blockchain I do ls. So I want to go inside Solana. Remember that, or else you just like, this thing is breaking, whereas you are doing command in the wrong place. Seems I got something wrong. You see, I didn't do cd, I just do Solana. Paste. Let me close this first so I have more space. Yeah, so cd Solana, and you have your Solana, and when I ls, you now see I have hello world. I thought blockchain hello world. I thought we copy and okay, I'm coming, because this can be confusing. Let's go. We are in Solana. So instead of here that we cd into, so just leave multiple tabs. So hello world, we are not going to cd. We'll repeat the same thing and do anchor in it. Remember the name. Now make it hello underscore, no capital letter, hello. Oh, there's underscore, you might not see it. I put underscore word, no, hello web3, then another underscore, then word. So now remember, it should not init git, so no git, then enter. Make sure you are inside Solana, where you have just the hello world program we did. Then it will repeat the same thing. So this ensure the program, everything is already named this. I don't need to go and be changing and break things. So I just we just take it from there. So you can see it, this initialized already, so we can cd into it, copy. So if I do ls, and I have two hello world web3 word program, the previous hello world, and now inside Solana we can see these two. So instead of copying, do this so that it would have renamed a lot of things, like the program now. The program would have carried that name, the anchor and a lot cargo and things like that. So instead of, because if you copy it, you just have hello world, and then you might have issue later with test and things getting confused. So now I need to cd inside our hello web3 word and paste. So if I ls again, you can see I have programs and all those things. So I'm now inside here. Don't forget, we are not here now. We are now inside here. This takes care, but these are part of what you face in real world project. A lot of files. So you need to start learning those things now. So if we go here now, we want to have this we want to first, I want to confirm if yarn is installed. yarn install. So we are good to go. Then the next thing I want to do is want to go inside there as usual. I won't just understand this now. It will have the previous project inside, which was the greeting we have deployed. So now the same thing, the test, we also have the something here, but we have not built. So you don't need to build, because we now want to first advance this. We want to include a function and things like that. So that is what you go to your AI to do for you. And that is what you are now seeing me saying here, that in my code base, in blockchain folder, I have 2 Solana program, hello world. So you will be able to now tell it that in your blockchain, you have another folder Solana, and inside it you have 2 projects. So then you can tag it. That's why this AI, okay, I tried VS Code. When they blocked me, I couldn't individually tag with Git Copilot. So I want to within inline. That matters a lot. It helped me know that the AI will go through each. So I can search for that particular project now, which is hello at hello_web3. And you can see it now. So I can select the folder. This even allow me to select folder. So if I want the AI to have idea of all the projects, the something, I can select it folder. I can select individual like test. I can select the program. So I can select this now. The AI will have full context of those things. So that's how you see me selecting all these that you see here. You can see them. So the hello world program code and test work fine, means was able to build with Anchor, deploy to Solana Devnet, and test with Anchor, but its message was a log and not on-chain. But I need the message to instead be on-chain, and thus I want to follow it, but expand the code. Do you see it? And test the test to have following feature and be inside the hello Web3 world folder. So I've created it for it. I've told it what I need. So now I'm telling it this particular code is coming from the normal hello world and it worked, but I want to upgrade it. So it has access to the working code, the test also working code. So I've told it you need to create, but also create a test that work with that code. So you see now, store the message hello Web3 world on Solana blockchain. So I told it the message to. So that is how you work with. That is why a lot of these social media, just 5 coders, if you don't understand, even a lot of AI generate images, if you are a designer and understand some things, you will get better results. Because there are some things you tell it that normal person just creating will not. You get what I'm saying? Even if the AI is trying to help you generate things on its own, prompt, the more you have the basic understanding, the better you get. So I'm not directly on the blockchain, instead of just a log, can then log the message as well. So I also want to retain that log feature. Does not need updating, just fixed message. Create the Solana Anchor program code advanced version based on hello world on inside this library. This one is the hello world sample of the hello web3. So you see this sample code now. The message should be initialized. I've told it should have the message. Then it's not that people should be updating it. We don't need it updated. We just want to prove that we can have message in our own custom contract on program on Solana and retrieve it on the front end. So directly can then log the message. Then too, the message should be initialized once only and should now have may be a function to read the message. So in my Nextjs Frontend, I can call the function. You see, I'm not telling the AI, just build me this thing, and I'm specific. So it solves that problem specific. So if I don't know what I'm doing, it will be difficult. I'm not saying the AI cannot get you started, but the more I know, so it's better when you want to start, If I want to do this, what do I need to know? What do I need to learn? What is the structure? You have idea, and then you can prompt it better. So when you look at this now, this is already telling me now that now I have maybe a function to read the message. So in my Nextjs frontend, I can call the function and retrieve and display it. So user can click fetch message button and retrieve it without need for them to always initialize the message again. The function simply retrieve already stored message. You understand? So the entry create a test code for it inside. I tag where I want the test code to be, which is here. This is the actual program code. Note, ensure your code is well commented, following existing working hello world pattern for program test code to ensure they work and not break. So all these things matter a lot. So you can pause this and screenshot it and get AI to turn it back into text, so you don't need to type. Or majorly just learn, then you can type and explain your own level for the AI. So now you see it now, say it will help me. And this is what I like about this cascade, is that it pick each of those things, analyze it based on what is needed, and you will know each file is analyzing, so you can know if it actually got your message. And you see it's looking into this file, the existing, the previous hello world test and things like that. And then you see, let's update the program code, and this is what it gave me. So we'll be taking this one by one, see how. Now let's create the test. So if you will get a code like this, if I get this now, if you are like premium, or if you first sign up, you have a test, you see apply. So I think they even have a premium code. If you want to use my code, if I'm on it, then you can ask for it. If I have, I will give it to you. So to sign up. So even without this, if you click apply, this is Web3 what you see, it will change it. You see it now. So at least this is still okay, but at least you've gone through what is there. And before I accept, I can easily see through, declare the normal thing we have there, then the normal initial, but this time get the message account from contest, let message account. So we need an account which is part of Solana. Solana does not store. I won't be repeating this, but I'll just sum it because I've broken it down. I did diagram everything in those beginner courses. Once you upgrade to DPU Pro, you have access to them. So on those things, the account, I also write a lot of articles as well on the blog section of the programming site. So you have the two things. The data, anything data is different. The code, executing code is different. So it's two accounts. So that's why you need to have account that initialize the message, which is the data. On Ethereum EVM, everything is in a single smart contract. So that's why we have to have access to this. Then the message account on the contest, which is, it should be hello Web3 world on Solana blockchain. Then we also want to still log. But this is actually what goes on chain. Then usually it gives us back if it's okay. If not, it will fail before it got there. Then we want to have another message. Remember what I gave the instruction? Another function, get message, that the let message account. Remember here, that same account, we get first retrieve that message account. Then we can now log the message. You understand what I'm saying? Because we can now log, and we don't need to update, we don't need to do anything. And this is what function we can deal with in the front end and can retrieve. So you understand it now. And unlike before, you can now begin to see the struct message account, pop content string, store our message string, remember? Then we're now dealing with actual transaction, because this is the new account. The user pay for account creation, 8-bit for discriminator plus 100 bytes. All these calculations are there. So, and you see pop message account, info message account. And then we also need signer, then system program. So we are dealing a lot compared to that basic one we used before, and then there had to be signer, get, then this deals with, we had another function that we need to get the message. So account info, account message. So, and then we can accept. Once we accept this, you see it now. We won't be able to say, it's not front end. So, but at least one thing we notice is that we didn't see any error, but we can't know yet until we try to build. So it's time to get to work. Let's take it one by one. Let's do anchor build. Like I said, I won't be explaining. I've explained it in the first one. We just go straight to work. So you can see it now. Anchor build. So you see, if there are any issue in compiling, in building, you see it's compiling, that's what we call the building. It will tell you, you don't want to deploy program that have issue on the blockchain. So that's part of what this compiling also do some checks and things like that at least. So it doesn't mean you can't have bugs that will slip in, but it's just like bugs based on syntax and things like that. So because I'm using those terminal and the same route, that's why it keep refreshing the site. So this we go through now. This will also depend on maybe how fast your system is or something, but I think after the first one to be more faster. Okay, when you are deploying, that's when you deal with network even more. So we got it done now. You can see it. And if you have your AI, you have generated this. If you want to have less stress, go and use that Cloud 3.5 Sonnet or above it. But that, if you go and just use all this Gawk or things like that, I don't know when you'll be watching. If you are watching in future, 5 years or so after this, then maybe Gawk, all those things would have been more solid in code. But for now, is that cloud, our front. Many of them, their code, they are good. I'm not saying they are not too. So, but that you have less stress when you are dealing with Web3, complex development. It is so. Now you can see it. Unit test, all those things done. And we have no error, so we can move forward. The next we need is to look for the test, and we can click apply or pause or copy, and so let's just click apply so it goes in there, but make sure it goes inside the right, which is Hello Web3. Hello Web3 word. It didn't apply it inside there. Okay, so I think we are now inside the so some things might want to be confusing because in the test hang on it seems it's going there, so you can use, but for me I will use the copy function. Ctrl C. I go to specific file, which is hello, copy everything in there and paste. there's error. Wow. So it's even deployed this. We didn't copy. It seems that apply because I did the chart in a demo, went into the demo. So sorry for that. Let's use manual copy. So we know that actually we are copying this. This is it now. And then I need to run the anchor build again. Yeah, seems it got error first. Anchor build again. So program not friendly. Consider importing the constant another. Yeah, I think this ID, I got this error. So it's good when you get errors like this. Is I think it's dealing with this ID, and the ID we have here is this. Copy. Let's try it. So over here now, if is it the one I want to copy? Yeah, ls, is it ls? No, anchor. No, it's suggesting another. So make sure. So now, okay, let's focus. Those are those you can learn once you have just the first one. It gives you might have error like some of here, but just try. I'm trying to make sure we have the same ID in this and the anchor. So let's rebuild again and try and see. Seems it's compiling. You can see it now. So it seems that's the error because the anchor and the ID there was different. So we have this now. Then inside this one, we want to have the tests. It seems we got this settled and works fine. We are on the test. Yeah, the test has a lot of some types error. The message account does not exist type and a lot of issue like that. Let's see if the test is already there. The idea is already there. The types is already there as well. So it's seen it, but yet there are a lot of errors. So I think I now responded. Yeah, the code for just fixes, analyze the code for context to fix issue below. I was able to use anchor build, anchor deploy. I use anchor run test to run the script. So I was telling it the system inside it. So, but the TS, yeah, the code actually. So I'm just following. So that's how you yourself will follow your AI, and there might be issue initially, but make sure any time you don't have all this red because you are dealing with TypeScript, they may make your code not to build or deploy. So you have to fix them. It's a must. So that's what I explained to it over here as well. Over here. So as seen in the attached screenshot, the test show error, not sure if transaction done or not. You understand? So I sent this, which you see it is of it while preserving the working code. Let's fix TypeScript error. You see system program and all those things. for the transaction timeout, we will need to increase the confirmation and all those things. So now let me see the code. So what I'm just trying to show you is to show you the process, how you can use those AI to actually get this code. So it's not that hard if you are learning the basic like I've learned in this course. Let me see if this fixes it. Message. So that's how you build, that's how you fix issues, you fix bug most times. So you want to I'm trying to see what error property is it showing. What error is there? Probably how we can fix that. Type. So let's even try and anchor deploy. Oh, you see now, so it's even good we did this mistake here. You can see because we didn't remember to update this I think you see what I'm saying, all these things we didn't remember to change them. So it's trying to deploy to local net, so we need to change this, all this to Devnet, and then this one also to Devnet. You say it's Solana, so we need to so before we deploy, if we have not deployed, we can't test. So anchor deploy. Let's try again. So it's trying to deploy to the blockchain now. Hopefully we don't have any issue on it. So the main thing is just to learn how to, because you will face different challenges from different projects, real world. So you just need to learn. It's not about just code. Every of these lesson and course and challenges to get you better, to be able to face any challenge in any of your job, any of your startup and things like that. I'm not aimed to just teach you like other ones. So just then and then you discover that in real world, the challenge you face is the skill you need. You can see what I'm saying now. So this has successfully deployed, and when you check it, I think it's still on the same it's still the same. Yeah, so we had no issue then. It's still the same with anchor as well. So you have to make sure those two places, then if it's different and you change it, you do anchor build, anchor deploy again. So then you have this. or even if you don't deploy, if it's just anchor build, it will build all those things you need for your testing and all those things. So now we can now try anchor test and see how far we've gone. Anchor test. No, remember I said run test. If I do test, it will start over again, build, then deploy, then no. I just want test. It's initializing. Seems that has passed something. So good. Our test passed. Though there are some types error here, which you can ask AI does not exist to get those things, but I think the issue is coming from our types. That's our type that we imported, hello web3 word type. You have to check. So, but what we can see here now is deploy. There was a point I asked the AI again for, because then I was experiencing transaction timeout. So I now have to ask the AI. That was why it created this. If I close this, you will see configure longer time, because the normal something the AI sent before this transaction was done, completed, it would have timeout and it would just output this and say failed. Then when I copy this and take it to the blockchain explorer, I would discover that it's actually done, but it didn't have enough time to receive the confirmation. So that's why it introduced this and allow it to even give up to 5 trial time. So if I go back here now and try to search for this transaction, you can see 2 minutes ago it succeeded. If you look here, you see it, message initialized on chain, hello web3 word on Solana blockchain. So what you are seeing here is 2 things. We have a function that deals with the initialize. You can go through away the transaction confirmation with longer time out, then fetch the created account, then verify. So this is where we initialize the account. Remember I told you Solana store data separately, store the code execution separately, unlike Ethereum. You understand? So, but because of that, we need to initialize an account that we hold the message. Then from our front end, anybody can now be reading message from that account. But if we don't initialize that account, they will always get error that message is not on chain yet, or everybody have to initialize themselves. I don't need that. That's what was done here. Then once it's initialized, you can now retrieve, which is the get message. If you remember from our function, the get message function that we now make use of here. Okay, immediately we deployed. Oh, that was why it was having that issue previously, because once we deploy, there's actually valid on that account, on that program. So this wasn't there before. That was how you see that all those errors disappeared. Yeah, so it's now working, but at least that's the breakdown. Normally you import all these things already in the previous one we did, so they keep here. I'm not going over it. I just try to see that the more function you have in your program, the more you will expect to deal with when writing test for it. So you can see the test, work with your AI, try to understand how to get things done. Don't, give me your code. Don't send me, even pro student, don't send me, send me code. No, I will tell you, try again. You will be happy. You will feel you become that person when you go through this challenge. Even if you take, I'm not saying I don't give you support, I don't help, but I want to know what have you done to try to solve it. You have AI. You understand what I'm saying? Not any little something, tutor, help. No. try to, because when you get job, when you get freelance gigs, you will face all these little things. You need to know how to craft your prompt, and that's why the better the quality of the AI you are using model with code, the best for you. So you can see it helps fix all the type error, and then anchor test, and that's passed. So the previous one, when I do the anchor test, like I told you, it's true. But if I look at this transaction also, if I copy this transaction, oh sorry, I need to use copy direct, copy, and I go here, let me duplicate this. That one created the transaction, and this, if I go here, cool, retrieved message from Onchain, hello Web3 world, and that is what this can retrieve message. That's what is done. So now we have that successfully done. So what do we need next is to move to front end. So we have fulfilled this part. We have created the program, a smart contract, the Solana program in Rust. You've deployed it, and now we've tested the contract. It works. So we are now good to go. What we need next is a UI for user to interact. User don't want to be interacting using code. So, but what really matters is this has worked, tested, working. Then we can move to this step, and that is what we will do next. As I said, that we will now be moving to all these steps, which is now the front end for us to have, just like replicating this test, to be able to interact with the UI. Don't forget, if you got questions, you need support, you can ask below. If you are in the DPU Pro platform or Foskaay Academy, but if you are watching on free platform like YouTube, then it might be time for you to upgrade to DPU Pro, and you want to do that now when there are a lot of giving opportunity in terms of discount. Like this was 2,400 per year USD per year, and now launching at 500. This is the first month one. Every month you'll be getting one course and a challenge. The challenge is I build it full stack project, real full stack project like this, and then you have to go through. You are not going to get source code. Instead, you build it yourself, following with the help of AI. We are in AI age, so I show you, like, we are walking through how I use our prompt and all those things. So you actually get transformed and have acquired the skill, and not just be code copier and you just copy codes and then any little thing get installed. You don't, because you don't really even know how those things works. So you don't want to miss it now. It's just 500 for a year, and for very few people, that's 5 to 10 or more, or to 15 people, that you will be getting between maybe 3 to 10% to 50% of even this. That means you can even have up to, like, just pay $250 for a whole 1 year. So if you want to have access to that, all you need to do is to comment below, please give me DPU Pro discount. Please give me DPU Pro discount, and I will respond to you. Once you see my response, I will tell you the discount you have. So the earlier, the higher. So if you want to get up to 50% discount, you have to be among the first, maybe first 5 or few more like that. So because the more, then the lesser it will be going down. So you understand. So that's, you please give me DPU Pro discount. So you can unlock every month. After you build this app, you can start building new projects into it. Full stack project, yeah, that some of them you can even turn to your own project or use for a hackathon and more, or help get job and things like that, because you are really transformed. You understand. Some people, even if they get the job, they have good profile and CV, they will soon, within a month, get relieved because they are not actually good for the job. So that's why being part of things like DPU Pro help you to get actual transformation, and you don't want to miss the opportunity now. So back to if we look at where we are now, we have done this, we have everything, no error here, and we have things done, and we at the same time we have confirmed it in the blockchain that these things were done. So we created an account, we initialize it, and at the same time the second one, we call that account and we were able to read the message on chain from that account. So we now looking at, okay, how do we repeat this same thing we did in this test and repeat it on the front end. So that's why you see me with this AI, and this thing is essential because you know what, you don't just tell AI, I want to build a contract, I want to add it to, no, all those things will give you complicated things that will, so you break it down and like now you focus first, let me have the smart contract or program working, then let me have a test for that contract, then you can prompt with the AI. Now that the test is working, you can follow this test and the contract, the API and those things, provide it and then use it. Guide first, you need to connect wallet first. You don't even need to communicate with the contract. You need wallet first. So all these things, knowing it, help you to know how to prompt your AI and not just looking for code to copy. You understand? That doesn't just help you. I'm not saying you don't work with templates. If you know what you are doing, templates help you get started quicker and things. So you should even have some basic template for yourself. But when you are actually learning and doing, learn to at least, and everything is not just code, copy code and to push. So now we need to do the wallet connection, and that will be wallet adapter and whatever talk about. You are focused on the core adapter on Solana. So here for now we need to move away from here, but before I do that, you can see, pause and see it where I said it, the context check both. For context, check both hello world, that is this app, that's the app, full app, not the one here, and component, the component we have built here. So I tell the AI to learn about my code base very well. Then let's do this. So one, I've deployed the Solana Devnet to Solana Devnet, this program, and let the hello world script and use the hello world script to test it, and it works fine. Telling the AI all those things matter. Not that, don't leave it to guess what you know. If you yourself don't know, first prompt the AI to ask question, get explanation, get clarity. So when you talk with more clarity, you get better response. So you can say, I'm talking with clarity that I know what I'm doing, this code is working, I've deployed it, I've tested it. So it's not about maybe if it's working, maybe this code can work. No. So two, now I want to do the same thing to test the hello world TS script does to interact with the program on Solana Devnet, but this time through front end UI, and I try to let him know I'm using Nextjs+Typescript so that it doesn't create pure JavaScript for me. That would be useless for me because I'm using Nextjs+Typescript. So at times you can even tell it the CSS you are using, maybe Tailwind, and I think I was using Shandan CN or something. So it helps it when it's creating those code, it keep those things in mind. Okay, and not just go and create things that will break your code, existing code base. So, and when you are contributing, you get added to project. These are skills that are essential. And component in component, the project is a portfolio dApp, and I'm integrating this blockchain interaction under on-chain integration. So I told it the section it need to work with section to prove to potential employer that I can actually deploy custom program on Solana and retrieve and display it in front end. See the screenshot to create the code inside hello Web3 world. So now what we do next now is that I even told it, you understand what I'm saying, that where I want those things to be, where I want those particular things to be, I put everything there for it, which we will still do together. But I'm just giving you the context. The display should be a card, just like the project section, but it will contain 2 buttons. I will add card for other blockchains later. So even while it's building this now, it will give room that this thing will accommodate multiple things. That is how you prompt and get results. So one, connect wallet, which is already integrated and working. Just import and use in Solana wallet button TS as seen in screenshot. 2, fetch message button, which clicked it should check if user have connect their wallet. If not, so I'm now telling you that if he gets the wallet, then it should make sure that in check the wallet is connected before it allowed to fetch the something, so that it doesn't start having unnecessary error. You understand? So you see fetch button non-clickable once message fetched successfully, but if not, remain. So, and when the message is also fetched successfully, the button should not be clickable. Note, divide Solana cluster URL next public. So I've now also telling it that I have this in my env.local, which we created before. So remember that Solana Devnet something URL, RPC URL. So it's also here now. So let's see. But before then, we need to install the wallet, connection adapter, and everything. So we need to install that. So what we will do first for us to work with that is that we will need, like I told you here, we need context and provider, and then all this adapter we need to install it, and then the wallet connection. So if we go inside our project, I told you then we'll be leaving this aspect and going back. We are now back to our front end. So you need to open a new or look for. So we are inside here now. If I do ls, you see it. So you can see all the app blockchain and all those things like that. So we are in the right place. So before we do that, you can prompt it. The first step next is that this is my project. Create, I want to connect Solana wallet. So one, tell me which packages to install, and two, tell it specifically using Solana wallet adapter. So not third party something for now, so that you can learn how a lot of those things work before you start using third party wallet integration that would have abstracted away a lot of things that you should have learned from. So that can be using in future projects. So that it will guide you that you need about basic things, like I said, this and the adapter. So if we go to package.json, then it will tell you to install this first for wallet adapter base, wallet adapter React, wallet adapter React UI, wallet adapter wallet. I've told you how to install it earlier, so you can go back and watch. Solana Web3 JS, that's 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 5. Then Anchor. So Cora-XYZ-Anchor. So once you have all those installed, that's about 6 packages, you seems to be ready now. Then it will give you, okay, now create a wallet, what we call the provider. You understand? So that provider is just like your connection between providing the service to make it easier for you to connect with wallet and things like that. So, and a lot of them are coming from the this. So those are part of the things you see here. So I will start copying the code for you here. So first, let's do inside the, make sure you are inside this root folder. Maybe we minimize some things so that we can have, yeah, more space or something. So here now we have the target, and inside the target, though, you can also put it like inside your, let's close the blockchain. Yeah, you can also put it inside the app as well, just like we have the auth or things, and you can as well also put it separately outside. So it's not any of it will work. So if we go now and have providers, sorry, I created file, not, I had to delete this. I wanted to create folder. Providers. So if we got providers here now, inside here we can now have the same, similar to that, like another folder EVM, and then another one Solana. Oh, we created it. Let's back this one as well. So in that, inside the provider, let's just name it straight. Name it, no, these things, if you don't select it, where you just put something wrongly somewhere. Wait, let's have Ethereum, and then inside provider, make sure you click back on provider, create another one. You can see it. Let's call that Solana. Solana. Yeah, so we got these two now, similar to what we did with this blockchain. So this one now, we know that if we have any provider for Ethereum, it comes here. If we have for Solana, it comes here. So inside this now, we want to create about 2 files or 1 file, depending on. If we have this now, we call it wallet provider.txx. Then inside that, we want to import the wallet, and the AI will generate all this for you. But in case, if you want to see it clearly, you may pause the video and see. So it's just a basic something. Use client. You should know by that by now. Ensure this is a client processed code. So we want to import this. Use memo, React, Node, and all this, which represent the type of function component can optionally receive a type argument. And this one now will only recompute the memoized value when one of the dApps has changed. So our wallet, everything will be there. Then if there's no changes, it will not keep things up. So it's like saving memory, and instead of computing all the time and things like that. Then we have the React node, all things React can render. So then we have this connection provider is coming directly from Solana/wallet adapter React. Remember, these are the things I told you to install. The AI will also show you. So ask it. It will help you to learn a lot. So then you also import wallet adapter from adapter base. then Phantom wallet adapter from wallet adapter wallet. Then you can import other wallet as well. I think they are Solana. You see it. There's Solana adapter and a lot other one anyway. So you can see it now. This is declared but not used. So but usually I found that even without importing individual, this thing just works. Like it's maybe if you are importing the adapter, make those things to just show. But what I've seen there is that even if you don't import all the adapters, if that wallet like Solana, all those things are installed on that user's platform, maybe PC or phone, it will detect it. Yeah, it will detect it. So let's just have that wallet modal provider. You see all those things. Then cluster API from, you see it retrieve the RPC API URL for the specified cluster. You understand? So this is the same like we are using the Devnet, when we use Anchor then. So this helps us import those things based on what we specify here. So then normally from our Web3.js as well. So import wallet from adapter CSS. So the wallet itself already have a style. That's why you will see it is very common across Solana dApp. So the reason is because every one of them is using the same style, React UI style, which they import from Solana wallet adapter React UI/style. So that's why they have similar interfaces. Then interface prop children React node. So here now you can see we just pass the prop and then set Devnet since the program is developed there. You can see it. So network wallet adapter.devnet. So we are retrieving the particular network we need. Then the endpoint, the cluster API, which is the network now, that a lot of those things will not be changing. So then const and all these things, once you have it, you can ask the AI for any question to comment more on it, so you understand what you're doing. You learn much better like that. So then the wallet memo, you can see it now, new. This, so for example, if we imported Phantom here, Solana here, we will also could put it here. You can see now. So we can put it up. You know what I'm saying? So we can put it here, something like this. So, but I just want to show you, we are not going to, so that you will see that if that wallet is installed, it still auto dictate it. So, but if it's not, it might not, due to, well, things seems it shows some list as well. So then the connection provider takes in this endpoint, and wallet provider the same. The wallet will pass out the wallet. Then this auto connect help to connect wallet. When the user connect a wallet, do you want them every time they switch, they refresh a page, they need to reconnect wallet, things like that. So the wallet provider passing the children. So we wrap all this. That's the major thing, and we need here. The other one, if you are getting some issue, if this work fine for you, fine. It's based on me. When I was testing it, I got some Nextjs saying front end issue and things like that, and back end mixed together. So I had to separate it. So usually it should be in one file, but I had to separate it, and that file, I call it this. Let's create it inside here. Open, no, sorry, new file. I call it client wallet provider. So usually it just be inside one something, and I have this to fix the issue of SSR and things like that. So you see dynamic import wallet context provider with no SSR. So import dynamic from dynamic, then you place all this. Like I said, all these things now, if you just copy and ask AI what is it, let me show the full code. Yeah, you can see it. That's all. So it's something you can pause and type out yourself if you want to use it. So, but make sure you ask the AI. It's not about just copying or retyping code. It's that mind, that transformation you are going through to help you. So when challenges come, if you are following these things I'm saying, you'll be glad you did. I'm telling you. So that's the core of what I ensure the student do on DPU. But so you have this now. Once you have these two, your wallet adapter, wallet provider, and then using those adapter and this, so you have your provider that you can have and use. So the next thing we want to do now is that we will now need this. Like what we did, we need button where user, now we have it in our dApp. This is now turning from a app, just app, to decentralized application, because it's connected to decentralized technology like blockchain, wallet, and more. So now if we want to do that, we've done this, we want to, that is what user will see to be able to click. For now, if we check our app out, to user is still app, but to us it's already a dApp, because we know that. So we are thinking maybe we should have like a here over here, so like connect wallet and things. So at least once people come in, they can see it. Oh, connect wallet. That tells them this is connected to the blockchain. So even without scrolling down to what we'll be putting here, they have idea that, oh, this can have authentication, have this and that. So let's try and do that. So if we want to have the wallet, we can also have the wallet created inside here and the button. So maybe we should just put it. So that one, this button will be actually a component. So it doesn't need to be like provider. It's just a component that we need. So you can, it's your choice, is how you want to organize it. So you can put it right inside here as well as a wallet, or better still, can go inside kind of a component. So inside here now, this component, we want to create another folder we call, let's call it again, we can call it blockchain, just similar to that, or whatever you want to call it. So inside that component, again, just like we've done earlier, we need to have like Ethereum. I have Ethereum, and then make sure it's here. This can be confusing. We have Solana. So inside the Solana now, okay, the two are inside, but it's different from this blockchain. Remember, this one houses this contract, but this is inside our component. So related to blockchain, there are components there. So here now we have the Solana. We want to create a new file where we call Solana wallet button. You understand? So, or wallet button, but inside the Solana. So we put this here. So this one now is the one that will carry the button. And then once we have the button, this we interact with the provider and all those things, we can begin to have the button out there. That's one. And two, you will notice that in your auth, normal Web2 auth, how is a page wrapped to ensure your login, your everything. If you don't log in the whole content of the page, is because remember we also dealt with the layout here. You understand? And a lot of things are wrapped in here. So we also need to wrap our wallet. Any wallet we're having, we need to wrap it. So that means anything, in any content, maybe we want to log the content until they connect or something like that. If the wallet is not connected, then the content of the site will not load. So all these are based on if you want to apply a site-wide, but it's the best option because you may never know. So it's better, to just do that as a way to, what do I call it? Like create a prevention better than later, something. So, and all you need to do for that after the team, because the team still work all over the whole something. So before like the header, we can import, remember that client, client wallet provider that we created. No, it should be self-closing. It's a component without. So you see it now saying not found here because we need to import it, and we are importing it from, remember, this wallet provider. Require in type. Oh, sorry. I was already sleeping. It was initially right. This isn't. It ought to. It shouldn't be here. It should wrap and come down. Yeah, it's already given us here as well. So let's now see the error again. Add import. So you see it now. So we import from this. This is what we import because this has already imported this. So we can easily access this wallet provider via here. And that's what we did. We wrap our layout. So that means now we can lock a content on our site and say this content should only show if wallet is connected, and do a check for connected wallet. So that is, you now see that you have now transformed just your ordinary app, portfolio app, into a dApp because you are now dealing with wallet. So if we go there now and we got this, so since we have that, it's very good. You always wrap it. So in case you don't know when, and then you don't want that content, or maybe you want people to have the NFT or token. So wrapping your whole site means it won't be easy for anyone to just go in, and you will still do check on each individual page. But if the whole something is also wrapped with that, it helps a lot. And then it also make your wallet accessible for you to call and interact with across any page as well. So we have the layout. So now we can now go back and say, okay, let's have a button, because the button can now be used to interact with this. So I have code, like I told you, if you follow this, the AI should generate all this for you. So wallet connection button. So once you have all the provider, you tell it, I now have the provider set in this, do this, create. Even most time it would have created this as part of the step that once you have this, install this, add this provider, then put the connect wallet and add the button to tell it where you want to add it to in your existing code, and it will help you with it. So if we have this now, so this is just, you see that they are not much of a code, you see. So they are not much of a code, all these styles. So you can see wallet multi-button. So what that wallet, like I told you, we have observed it on Solana, like a lot of options. When you click that, it has different multiple options, not just connect alone. It has different options. All these are not designed by me, and you don't need to design it. It's just important, use it. Then use wallet from adapter React as well. So we set the use wallet state when it's connected and things like that. And then we can have the style for the button. Remember, the button is already imported. It's like it's already, go to type definition. It's already built. It's already built in, and then all these, that's it, base button props and things like that. So we import it and then use the style to style it if you want to adjust any style or something. These are just standard Solana stuff, and you see the code are just simple and basic. So now once we have this wallet, we can now ensure it's saved. It's still showing. So if we go back now, we have the wallet connection, adapter installed, provider setup. Now we have set up wallet connection. Our app is officially a dApp. You understand? It now can help connect people. So the only final thing we need to do is to do the wallet button in the front end, because now no user knows that we are connected to the blockchain. They don't. So for them to know, we need to be able to make it visible, and then they can interact with it easily. So if we need to now decide, you decide anywhere you want it to be. It's not a must. For me, I just think if we expand this, for example, when we have this before we sign in, I say somebody just come to the site now, as just like we have sign up, login, and we want to have something like maybe connect button. This is about showing that. So you want it to be as strategic places as possible, that anybody that come and say, okay, this is a full stack Web3 developer, and say, okay, yes, connect wallet, try to tap it. Oh, it's showing. Oh, it's picking. You understand what I'm saying? Aha. So all those things are just, remember, it's like you're also marketing yourself. So that's just it. Is so you can add it anywhere. It's your choice. But I think I will just add something here. Let's see what we do to that. You can also just ask the AI, okay, I have this wallet multi-button. I want to add it to the header section of the site, or the header, or the footer, or you understand. Then it just help you to like create that. So over here now, what I want to do is, let's look for page. Inside the page, is that where we have did we import the header? I think we have component that is called header. We did it previously. Yeah, we have footer and we have header, and header is already imported into page. So if we can do anything here, it can easily reflect inside there. So if we try to go in to the header, and then we can import the button just before the Web2. because the button is already ready. We don't need to do any design here. This is the auth here, something team, GitHub and all those things. Let's say I'm trying to see where we want to put it. I think it will be good something around there. Solana multi-button. Solana wallet multi-button something. So we want to call it in. You say it's Solana wallet button. Then we want to import it. So make sure you import it at the top. You see Solana wallet button. So wherever it is, most time I just like to use the @ so that in case things breaks. So component, yeah, then just that star something. Advantage of this is that even if you go and change the name of that thing or you move the allocation, you have less broken something. It will, most of these ID are smart now. They will help you fix things. Is because this is art inside the file, but if it is star is a level, and then when you move it out of that level, it can't find it. So let's see what comes up now. We got this and we got this. This is not organized. If I do format document, yeah, this help me organize it. Then I can now come here. You can see it. We write it. So we need to expand this a bit to show, I think. Yeah. So you can see it now. Select wallet. We did that, and then if we click here, you see what I'm saying. So you know that we only put Phantom, but because I have Solflare also installed, it was able to detect it. So these are core essential wallets you want to be dealing with if you are a pure beginner to Solana and you are building, you know, we are focusing on Solana. So you want to have at least these two wallets to work with. There are other ones as well, which like Phantom is even also multi-chain. So you can also deal with Ethereum and all those things. But purely in terms of these are core Solana, Phantom and Solflare. So you see it, that immediately I click on it, it view address suggest. So we now have a working wallet. So do you see how understanding these things step by step matter and not rushing? Oh, I want to know. If you don't have wallet connected working, you don't have any reason to be stressing yourself on trying to connect with your contract, because a lot of things can go wrong. So here we have view your address, suggest transaction, and then auto connect means if I auto connect it, if I refresh this page now, it auto connect itself instead of, so you can see it now. I can connect. You see it, and this is the advantage of that multi-button. So you see it, I can copy the address, I can change the wallet, I can disconnect. You understand? So even if I refresh, I don't need to since I don't pick that auto, it will usually just get off and then I'll get error. Yeah, connection rejected because there's no auto connection on. So you see it now. So I have to repeat it again and reconnect it. So this time let's try on Phantom. So here we have it now, and then you can see I can connect it. You see, but I think most time Phantom have the auto connect or something. Let's refresh. It usually persists most time. You see it. So but I think explicitly you have to, or probably because we have the auto connect and then we have its own adapter imported. So a lot of all these things you can't get straight answer. You need to test. Those are part of what make you learn, what make you get better. So it's not always looking for who give answers when you have AI. When just learn the basic with and then get involved with challenges like DPU Pro monthly challenge. Then once you are good and solid and following some other tips as well to market yourself, like all this portfolio, then social media and all those things, then you be able to push with your skill. So we have wallet done, and we can connect multiple wallets. So if we have other wallets as well to detect them, but if I put them manually, I think they should be able to come up here. So that is for the wallet. I think, yep. So you see it, I have to always reconnect. So don't use auto connect on dApp you don't trust. So you only do auto connect on dApp you trust. So we are building this ourselves, so I can use it. And then if I refresh, should be able to persist. Let's see. If it doesn't, do you see it? It does. Refresh again. So you can see that it persists now. So anywhere we put this wallet now, once I connect it in one place, it will show it as being connected in the other place. So now we got another level fixed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we are now ready to interact with the smart contract. So you see how we built those things and why this is so important. Like I told you, I don't have this anywhere. I've created the content like that before as well, but I created this from my experience and looking at a way that will make it easier and simple for you. So once you know the step, and these are the steps you'll be repeating for any dApp you are working with, any blockchain, it will have to create the contract, test it, connect the wallet to that things, maybe whatever adapter or third party they are using. User have to have a way to connect. Maybe even if it's Gmail based wallet or something, they have to have a button to click, and then you should be able to interact through your PC to the contract and make user be able to interact with it as well. So we have this, and then we can talk of this interacting with the blockchain. Let's see what we got now. If we go back to the AI, then we can continue here. So that was what I was telling it to build for me. You can see it. I've done the wallet connection, so it should now give me this. So it seems I even added the Onchain something. We can easily do that inside the I think page. Yeah, now we go inside our page, so we can easily just create the, how do you call it, the on-chain something. So I want to have a code for us here. So we want to put it after the project section. Project section. Yeah, somewhere around there. So I need to close one section. So this is just your normal section ID following the design we have here already. If you check it, each one is a section. Each one has its own section and things like that. So if we look here now, on-chain integration demo, and then experience live blockchain interaction with my deployed smart contract. So all these ones are just style, how you want it. This is H2 and this is a page. So that one you can do it. And if, let me format to make it a bit better. So before I save it, let me put this beside. So if we look here now under projects, before get in touch, if I save it, we have introduced another section. Let's see. You see it, on-chain integration demo. Experience live blockchain interaction with my deploy smart contract. So you place it anywhere you want, but for example, I have it here. So what I envisioned, I was describing to the AI now, is that I have this ready, and what I want under it is something like this card. That's why I said card. And I have the UI style for button and all those things like that. You can use to match. It must match the design. You must always say to match existing design. So if you look at here and I want to add it to it, so all you need to, it just gave me, help you create Hello Web components that integrate with your Solana program. So I now told it that it should create a version of that test we did then, but now that work with the front end. Nextjs, I've explained all that earlier. And then it sent me this. You see it, analyze. I told it where it will get the button, where it will get the provider and all those things. So the more context you give, the better response. And then it sent me Hello Web3 word. So let me copy this, and then inside our Solana, inside this same place that we have the wallet, we can have new file and call it Hello Web3 word. You understand? And so .tsx. Now since we have so there, we can just, but it will help. You will see later. Let's use based on the name I used here, so that I match Hello Web3 word. So you can name it as you want based on the AI. Then you tell it to create it for this file. So the inside here now is what we'll be doing the interaction with the blockchain. And then from there we can now distribute the result to any other place we want it. So from that code, it gave us this. And then I can save it. Now I want to move to the next one, because so that as we are fixing some things here, we can be seeing it. The next one now told me that I should import it into the page where I want to use it, which is here. You remember, I want to use it here, so I need to import it there. So for me to import it, this is the page. We already have it this here. So all I need to do is to import it inside this div. Then I will just import, you see it, Hello Web 3, and then I need to import it at the top. So a lot of all these two, we just ought to do a lot of those things for you. So I sincerely, so far with my experience with this Windsurf, it's been cool. So at least for now, that's why, you know, AI keep changing. So that's what is essential. You have to be up to date, and you know, that's why knowing the basic essential matters. So as this AI get better, you even get more solid. Now we have this imported and this inside here. If it's not organized, you can format. So this is organized now. Let's see what comes up here. So good. Module not found. Can resolve import IDL from hello Web3 target types hello. So we are beginning to have issues from that code. So yeah, we have this now. Let's begin to try to fix this. The AI should give you, but I will just try to maybe take a run through for you. Did I ask it for further adjustment? So it was telling me I should make sure I have all these dependencies. I remember we have installed it earlier, so let's see first, and so you learn some things from here. Sorry. Here you can see it now. As usual, we are importing, and you see we imported like all from Anchor, then program. Also remember we imported it then in those tests, and then use connection, wallet, and things like that. Then we have the Solana wallet button from our Solana wallet because it's in the same something here, so that's why it's just using the dots. But like I told you, I always like to just use the @ but since they are in the same folder, you can. But if you want, you can just this change as well. So button from, remember our UI. Remember our UI that we already have here. So we have a lot of all those buttons there. So depend on the design you are using. So you can import the button or create button or things like that, your choice. So card, all those things. So that's all this title and all those things is a card that we were using before. So depending on you, how you design your card as well. If you have shown the AI that the example of the page you have, it will pick it from there. So all those ones depend on what you build. So the core one here are just the Anchor program, this and other ones like the Solana wallet button we've imported. Then the IDL. Remember that IDL that I told you we need in the front end, which if you go back inside blockchain and go inside Solana and go inside Hello Web3 world, and then you come inside target, then you come inside IDL. This is it. So that's why this isn't looking correct. So this ought to be blockchain. Solana need to be here. Solana, yeah, before the Hello World folder program, then it goes straight to the targets and then to types. It's even going to types, but it's saying IDL, so that's a mismatch. So this AI got some things wrong, but let's save this and see if anything changed from here. Yeah, it's still the same issue. So I think I return back to it so you can tell it to fix the error. And I told it that when fetch IDL as, when fetch button, but also the IDL as error. You understand? Because for me, I can there. So I told it that aside the IDL as error on IDL import, which I think you mixing things there. You see, I'm telling the AI you are mixing things up because I know what I'm doing. You understand? So the more you know, and the more the AI will get you, because there are two things to import. There's IDL and there's types. The IDL is in the IDL folder. You see me copy the the link directly for it in the target folder, while the types to make the program conform to TypeScript in front end is the types folder, and I also give it. So need check your import and import both correctly where needed. So I'm telling you that in case one or both you need, this is how you get it. So you can imagine this help the AI to get better. You understand? So now let's see what the AI gave me after that. So it gave me this. You can see it now. You can see it told me that based under my explanation, because I know we need most the two, the IDL is different from the type, and the type can't do the work of the IDL. So we need to clear this, and then let's paste these two. You can see what I'm saying now. So IDL is, you see, hello world as hello web3 word type. So you can import it directly, but this name we have used it a lot, so that's why I said it as hello web3 word type. So we know that this type, this is the ideal. You don't need to import it like object or something, just import from, and then as usual it got the Solana slash, and that solved it. The same here, and we have both of them fixed. You understand? If I refresh now, this might probably work, but we still need to use them anyway. But let's just see if anything comes up. So new anchor pub key, yeah, you see it. It said I need to put my public key here. You see it, your public key. Now there's two keys here. You will notice this one usually is for your program, the program that we deployed. So we need to go back to inside our inside the idea we are using. We already have it, so we can just copy it and bring it back here. Save. It will not fix this because that's not the error, but you now see that why is he asking for another wallet? That's what I told you about Solana, because this one now is like the code, the execution code account. But since we are having data, there's also a data, but this manage it. You understand? So the data account is the first account we use to initialize. That's why you should keep that test we did, or you do another one. So you remember when we did this test, we ran this test, we initialize this account. So if I don't want everyone coming to the front end to be initializing, I don't want it. I just want them, I'm the one that says, oh, I deployed this and initialize on the blockchain. So check the message in there and see what I have for you. So I don't need them to initialize because they are not creating it. So what I need to do is, you want to go back to this where you initialize. Remember, it gave us this hello world. Yeah, we had two transactions. We had one for initialized and two for retrieving. So it's only the retrieving that we are doing now on the front end. We are not initializing again. We have initialized the message, just a static message. So what we need to do is you copy this in case you have forgotten, and go back to transaction, which is we go back to this transaction and look for, I think we are still in the same. So where we initialize on-chain message. So what we need is, you will notice that as we do that, we created like a new account. You see, when you come under this system program, create account, it need to first create an account, which will be a data account attached to the actual program, which only take the execution code. So if you click on this now, let's see, you see interact, let's see, and you see this is our normal main. Let's click it. It should be able to show you record of when it was created. You see it. The first interaction you did was to create an account. Then the next one we did was to interact with that account. So if you click here now, you see it. That was when we retrieved from that account the test. So this is what we need. We need this particular account. That one that initialize it. Remember, once you copy that transaction, you want to go to this new account. This one, new account, you see it, and then source can do. You copy that. That's what we want to copy, and that's what is going here. What that is saying is that we are saying this is where you should read the this is where you should read the message from this initialized account. Don't need to read or initialize another account. So let's go back to Hello Web3 World, and if we come here, we clear this your message account public key. You remember, not private key. So this is it, and then let's save. Which error are we getting here? Yeah, so that's where. So let's save it now and see. Go, no error. Let's go back. Cool, you can see it now. We got this. Let's clear here, and all this code, you see it, and then fetch message. So we got some error we are still having here, and we have not even used the SDL yet. So, but let me just, or we should try to make it work, and then we see what's going on. If I click fetch, you see, fail to fetch, please try again. Idea is not divine. Yes, that we didn't define that, so it doesn't even know how the program looks for it to know how to connect with it. So that was the message I sent to it here. You see it, that there was error. So we are back, we are replicating that same message, and then I told it, you see it, error, fetch message, I seen it, screenshot, and I also told you about the idea which it now tried to correct. Then it now sent the full corrected code. So you can also tell it I need the full something. So let's now, there are some things I also want to, this new program, usually you will see a lot of AI will show you this. You can remove this. It doesn't make it not to work. So it, then at times the ideal can be as ideal as any. So for example, if I do as any, I should be small ideal. I think you see it now. Even if I don't use as any, because I've imported it like that, you see it. So that's how I will fix each of these thing. Once I fix that, it should be able to fix the message, because it will have the ideal and the types, and the types will fix this issue. So let's just copy this. We still have errors. Yeah. Yeah, the import location is not right. So 2 of the error gone. So we only have 1 error left. And I think that's the same time I was telling you. See, IDL as anchor.idl. So we don't need this program ID. We just need the provider. You see it. So, and then, so most AI will generate it with that. I think that's the old way of doing it. So most of them have it in their memory, and then you just get frustrated that. So let's quickly have a run through all this. I've explored this import, and then you are setting connection, public key, all this so that you can save them and reuse them. The cost program ID from your deployed program, const message account. That's the account we want to interact with. So, and then we didn't really even have to like interact directly with this. You see it's divine and unused because we now have this direct, because it's 2 wallets, 2 something, one for code execution. So we are dealing with the one. So it means Solana also allow you to just deal with that data if it's the data you need. So instead of going through even the actual full smart contract you deployed and things like that. So const provider, if not public key. So through wallet not connected. That was what I told it, that people should connect their wallet first. You see it, that it imported the wallet, you see it. And all these are the normal checking and to confirm. Then fetch message, if not connected, please connect your wallet first. So this is function for fetch message. This, you get provider. The provider is like using Anchor to know what is happening with the connection, this transaction, how it's done, and is it confirmed. Commitment should be when the status is confirmed. So then return provider, fetch not connected, then try loading provider program ID. So this one now is like you are destructuring, like you are trying to access that function in that program, so which we have access to here, and interact with that fetch message. So you can see it. Then we return this, interact with my custom deploy Solana program on Devnet to fetch Onchain message, and then as usual we import the Solana button, which is here, the same here. You see it. If I disconnect here, it will disconnect here. So it's just the same, and that makes it easier. You don't need to go and be changing them. So you know that your wallet connection, any page your user lands that they connect to wallet, they have connected it all around. It won't be they connected it in one page, then they are still connected, they have to reconnect because you develop it. You have to streamline your design. So that's what that does. And then we have the button for fetching, which use conditions. So message fetched when wallet is not connected, then it will load different things. So that's all that this is doing. And then your card footer, wallet connected, connect your wallet and things like that. These are the information you get here. So if those conditions, this is if s shorthand or something like that. So that's this. So let's refresh this. So I love to clear, it said adapter something, so that we know if there's any error or not. So we have things working here. If I disconnect, for example, you see that this isn't working. It's not even clickable. So that was based on what I told the AI, the feature I want it to be built, that users should not even be, so they are forced to know that they need to connect wallet first, because if not, some user will still keep fetching and say what you did is not working. So you understand? So if you select wallet, you see it now. So because auto connect, all those things are on, and then I can fetch message. Fetching. Cool, we did it. So hello Web3 world on Solana blockchain. You see it now. So and we got no error. That's why I put the console here. Yeah, so this was perfectly integrated. You can see it. So we are able to have this. So, and you see, I also told you that once the message is fetched once, it should disconnect. Not disconnect, like also make this unclickable. So that's why, and then you see this from Solana blockchain. So this same thing is what we want to do and achieve with what do we call it, Ethereum. Yeah, that will be the next stage now. So I believe you've learned a lot, and now you have turned your Web2, normal Web2 dApp, and you can now differentiate yourself. When a Web2 developer has a portfolio and you are saying you are a Web3 developer, you are a dApp developer, you are a full stack, you can now differentiate yourself, because right from your this, a Web2 can never have this. You understand? A Web2 developer portfolio can never have this. It's only a Web3 developer, and that's what you are in. So with this, just even this, the wallet can be connected, and then they can interact and see this. It shows now. Talk of, you now have projects you are adding at least once every month. So by the time some of you will be joining, would probably have multiple projects done. So if you can sit down, you just keep adding more projects over here. So you can see this now on chain, and then we'll do the same thing and retrieve the same message, but now on Ethereum blockchain EVM. So on Ethereum blockchain. So I think any other thing we miss out here. Let me see if I discuss anything with the AI from here. Yeah. So this have all those things. They are not these ones are when we are. So I want to be sure amongst that and push with this type of a lot of something. I think we need to push this to repo, like I've always told you, about to push. Even all these things we've done is because I'm teaching you, so I can't concentrate. There are, once you like install the wallet, provider and wallet, install wallet, you can push. Then before, like 3 things we've done together, shouldn't wait each feature. So I think we can do git status. Yeah, git add, then git, if I status it to turn green. Yeah, so git commit -m, and what we have done is empty or short added Solana wallet and retrieve on-chain message. Yeah, so we added Solana wallet and retrieve on-chain message. We want to get status, we want to git push. Yeah, and if we git status now, so if I go back here to nope. So you can see we add this now. So let's push it. We've really transformed the from app to dApp. So should be able to push this. So I think that's the main thing now. we now have a dApp and that's how we've learned a lot also about Solana, integration, Rust, building, testing, using Anchor. And so I believe I've been able to keep my promise, because some people like, no way it will cover all this in this course. It's just marketing. No, I don't do that. If there is a reason that we couldn't, I will also state it clearly, because at times there are limitations. Like I told you, to use that Anchor took me like another 1 week, and I have to, like flush off my whole system to upgrade my OS because of the version requirement and things like that. So to ensure I deliver this. So why is it hanging so much? Yeah, so we can refresh and confirm. So we can have this now. Yeah. So this merge from Foskaay Academy demo. So now we have this already done. That's it. And remember, if you got question, get stuck, need help following those things, then that's why it's a challenge. You need to build it. You are not looking for codes to copy. I would advise you, even if you have access to some code, try to, because that is where you will experience transformation. And now you have these AIs to help you, and have DPU Pro community to support you. So you should not miss the transformation, and not, because in real world you face different challenges and things like that. That transformation will help. Even with this AI tool, you will get the best, telling you, out of those AI tools, because you yourself, you have the basic solid knowledge and background and all those things. Yeah, so this is done. I think if we go by here, yeah, git status, all the branches, everything, and you see none of it is. So all these are in the GitHub now. So before we now say we'll move to Ethereum, so the next one we will be discussing on Ethereum, where we'll build. So for the question, support, everything you need, don't forget, it's an opportunity for you now. This is about 2,400 and you have the opportunity to be for the launch discount for just 500 for a year, and the first 5 to 10 to 15 that request below, if you're watching now, is an opportunity. It won't last long. I will be giving you between like 3% to up to 50% discount even on this. So that means any of you that get 50%, those few will pay just about $250. So you'll be paying about maybe $450 to like $250, depending on when. So you don't want to miss it now. A lot of that you access one new course and challenge added monthly, like this course now, built it, go through real full stack projects. So these are projects that are useful. At the end of the day, we are going to launch this with a domain, and that's part of what you need to, before you can get certification. You have to have your Web3 dApp portfolio live on a custom domain, preferably your name, so that you will want result in DPU Pro. So if you are not following things like that, how do you get job? How do you get gigs if you want to go the freelance way or combine the two and all those things? So you will not go and say, oh no, it's not working. It's working, but it's not falling on laps. You need to do hard work. So you want to take advantage of it. It's easy. Now just comment below, please give me DPU Pro discount. Comment below, please give me DPU Pro discount. Please give me DPU Pro discount. And once you see my response, you get the percent you are getting. I told you it will be the earlier first set of people will be getting maybe the 50 and maybe the top 5 or so, and after that it will be dropping down. So you understand. So because it's just a launching offer, you don't want to miss it. And then every month you get this to build, you add to that portfolio. This is a dApp portfolio, not a portfolio, pure portfolio website. No, anyone that have idea want to hire in Web3, and then you say, oh, portfolio dApp, say portfolio dApp, what's that? And then goes in and check and discover that they can connect their wallet. Then you also have message for them from Onchain. Whatever, you can customize whatever message you want to have here. Just don't turn it to a long something because Onchain, but you are free to do that anyway because you will be doing it with Testnet and it's free token. So because all this now cost money on normal or on mainnet, so you can say it now, and you'll be able to vote. And these are some. Next month the student will pick what we're building next, so you'll be able to also suggest, and others will vote together, and then I build it, I turn it to cost for you and challenge. That means you are not going to be forking any code. You watch me, I share my experience, challenges, all those things. You learn all these things. The Web3 project manager, how was the project managed from idea and all those things. AI tools to use. Look, I started with Cursor and eventually now using Windsurf. So things like that happen when you start with a tech stack and then you discover in reality that, oh, this can just get through, or things that you have to change. So the front end we did, the back end, the blockchain, and then tips on money with this skill. So that's it. Now I will see you in the next section for Ethereum. Don't miss the opportunity now. Quickly go comment that please give me DPU Pro discount, so, and the support and also certification every month for each of these course and challenge. So that's it. I will see you on the Ethereum section. Yeah, let's now move on to this section where we'll be integrating our EVM using Ethereum into our portfolio dApp. So here we have it. We already have Solana. We integrated wallet. We deployed custom Solana program, which EVM you know as smart contract, on Solana Devnet, which is like the testnet, and we were able to fetch it from the front end, which is Hello Web3 World on Solana blockchain. Now we want to repeat the same thing but on EVM Ethereum. So we'll be able to connect, set up wallet, fetch, deploy, create a custom smart contract in Solidity, and then deploy it on Ethereum Sepolia testnet, and connect from the front end and retrieve it, then display it under here, so that a potential employer, freelance gig and all those things, when they check here, they know this is not just ordinary portfolio of a web developer. This is actually a Web3 developer, so a blockchain developer, especially as a full stack. So they can see that you are also like vast in multiple blockchain, which is another advantage. So not just like cool in one blockchain is okay, but then if you can undo multiple blockchains, especially when they are in vertical, like they are not usually the same. Like Solana now uses Rust, which we did, and now EVM uses Solidity. So if you can build on those type of blockchain, then you even have more edge and more advantage. So now this is what we will be building again, but it will now be, like I said, for the Ethereum. And don't forget, if you got question, you got stuck, need help, ask below. But just if you are DPU student, that will be outside of like free platform like YouTube, because this is a premium course that I decide to just release for a lot that are getting started, to guide them to know where and how to build their first full stack dApp, and now something useful for them. They can from there be getting job, gigs, and more like that as a full stack portfolio dApp. And then you can join me on monthly challenge to build new projects to add to that portfolio. If you want that plus certification every month and challenge, I don't release code. I keep saying this, I don't give code. We build it together using AI. I teach you how to do those things, so you get transformed, you get enhanced, not just go and copy code from courses. How has that helped you? It has not. So because you don't really get transformed, it's already ready made code. You'll be saying things, watching it like this and building that will be breaking. By fixing it now with the help of AI, you will learn a lot. And I've also taught you through the courses how you can learn. So you want now, you can join the DPU Pro, which is about 2,400 per year, but now for just 500, launching for just 1 year plan. And if you are watching this and you are early, you could be among maybe just the 5 to 15 people that will get from 3, 5, 10% up to 50% even on this. So that means you can, instead of 500 that's already almost 80% discounted, you will still have another discount up to 50%. That means if you get like 50%, you'll pay just 250 for a whole 1 year. Have access to all this support, certification, and everything. I always say this isn't refundable, so I only need serious students. So if you've gone through a course like this, I feel I'm not good enough to help you transform you from zero to pro Web3 full stack developer, then you are welcome. You can check as well. But if you are convinced, then I only need people that are ready to go all in, that will make sure it works. But there's no how it will not work. If you build something like this portfolio and then you are adding new project, building every month, and you are not just given code, you watch me build those things with AI tools, and then you sit on those yourself with the AI tools and try to build things, fix issues, get support along the way and things, even from me and the DPU community. So if you want to join that now, you want to type below, please give me DPU Pro discount. Please give me DPU Pro discount. And once I respond to you, you will know the discount. For those early, maybe 5 people or more, we get like 50, and then the discount will be going down to like maybe 40, 30, 10, 5%. So the earlier you are, the best you will enjoy that. Now we've covered all this almost, and now we are on to the EVM, which we are using Ethereum Sepolia, Ethereum Sepolia Testnet. So I am versatile with a lot of blockchain. Like I've said before, I've worked with Rust for Solana SVM, Solidity for years right on time, even before I started working with Ethereum, with Solana, Rust and Solang, which is based on Solidity for Solana and Rust. So, and I've also worked with Flow Blockchain. I think maybe partly Mokoto for ICP or something. I don't think I really put, but at least I also work on Flow Blockchain and things like that. So that is what you will have access to and in the platform, because based on what the student votes, the blockchain they want to build the course on, if other students vote for it and get the highest votes, then that's what I try to focus on. So since I already know a lot of this multiple blockchain and their programming language, can easily brush through. Now, if we look here, we are going to be using Solidity instead of Rust, we use Solidity, we use Solana testnet called Sepolia. There used to be about 4 or 5 testnets, but after they migrated Ethereum from proof of work to proof of stake like Solana, then I think they also collapsed all the Byte or this Rookenby or whatever they call it, and now we just have, I think, maybe 1 or 2, but one majorly, which is Sepolia. So, and that's what we'll be using. And we have ID, just like we use Anchor for development of Solana when we are building the contracts, as you can see it here. So this is Solana. We use Anchor to build this contracts program. So we use Anchor to build, deploy to blockchain things. So we also need an IDE for Solidity, which, if you don't know about Solidity, you are new, then you should get on to the DPU Pro. And I also have courses I've done in the past for Solidity. So those help you a lot, because when it's a programming language, so it's not something that change too often. So though there are some syntax they introduce, they sunset some, but the basics still remain. The variable, the function, the things. Once you grab it, so I think I have a course for that as well on DPU. So we'll be using the instead of, we have Remix IDE, which is online, and Add is just like Anchor, so you use it, install it, and all those things. So popular as well. There are other ones as well, like Foundry and things like that. Then we'll be using Remix IDE, so we don't need to set up any offline installation. So when we're now building advanced project later in future, we can now and use things like Add, and so there are lots you will still learn with those in the monthly project based on the network selected. Then we know where to deploy. So now wallet integration we've done for Solana, so we also integrate wallet for, and then we deploy and test. We are still going to follow these same 7 steps. I told you it's the same. Any blockchain, we are going to create the smart contract, now on Ethereum EVM, and the test is there because our Remix has a, let's even try and open that. So we are using Remix IDE. I think it's remix.ethereum.org, but let's see. So if we check that, because it's online, all these things, a lot of things are already set up for us. The environment is just like a playground, so but it's more versatile than most playground you will see. So but when you want to build more complex projects, you will need things like Add, Foundry, and more. So since we are starting, let's start here. And they just also introduce AI, so consider they are making the life of developer easier. I tested it, it's fine. So just seems to be a bit like some of those training, maybe they have been a while, depending on the model they are doing. So now this just Remix interface, and all those videos as well, those beginner videos, once you get on the DPU Pro, there are a lot of these things that I've already walked you through, but just to summary, the interface is here, this Remix IDE for development of EVM, Ethereum, and any other one using EVM, and then the contract, just like Solana we use Rust, this uses what they call Solidity. I've told you can have sales and check out my course on that. So if you look at here, you have contract, you have script, you have test. So contract, as usual, you have, and unlike this that we are having at like .rs, which is Rust, this is in .sol. TypeScript is TS, Nextjs is TSX, and things like that. So each one have, so once it's .so, it knows that it's in Solidity programming language. So, and then they have the scripts, this, and then the test. So remember, just like the test we run for, so, and Solidity is it's much easier to learn than Rust, because it's a lot of it are very close to JavaScript. So I did those comparison of those things like that. You can see it function. So let's just have a quick overview and then we start building. So this, like a Solidity contract, you see it, every one of them you have to import. So this one, you are importing a Solidity version you want to use. So this one is saying it should be greater or equal to 0.8.2, but it should be less than 0.9 because each of it has compiler. So, and you want to specify, the more you specify, the better, understand? So that when people they know the compiler to pick and use, so that it will not break. Your contract will not just break. So then you declare the contracts. When you get to also you see it in detail, but I'm just paraphrasing it, and that's how I did on the Rust as well. So I think it's just fair for me to quickly do this for a lot of beginners. Now, contracts, but really just to learn in depth on it, you get access to that. Now, storage, then uint. Storage is the name of the project contract, just like this program hello world. So then uint number, this is a variable, and Ethereum has deal with all this uint, integer, and all those things. So you want to go learn those. Function, then you have function as you saw it in, and then you have another function. So this one stores number, while this one retrieve the number. So this even does just similar to what we want to do. A number is stored and then number is retrieved. So we can just even take this now and change it to, instead of this, it should be string. But like JavaScript, this and string, we can change this now to string. You see it? And then there will be issue here because this is trying to be number. So we have to also replace everything here. String. Data location must be, I think you have to add memory or something. Memory when it's string. If not, it will have issue. Then this return the number, but it's expecting it in uint, but we turn it to string. Memory, memory or something. So you see it now. So that's it. we have fixed it. Like I said, I've worked with a lot of all these programming, Web3 programming languages for years. So I think so we have this now. This is like we're already done with what we just play around to do it a bit more, but this is it now. We deploy and things like that, and then once you can compile, like here now we have here, you should click auto compile. So as you are building it, you try to compile and then maybe show you error. And this is the contracts. You can have multiple contracts. So this is the one we are trying to compile. A lot of things you can run. Then this is the ABI. So important because this is the same as the IDL we use. And you now know these are as simple as they help you understand how the contract, smart contract, is structured on the blockchain. You understand? Because it's already there. It's just like you have your table in your Web2 authentication that we did inside here. You have that we use for the sign up, and then we use it to retrieve this project. All these projects you see they are not just static, they are being retrieved from the backend database, Postgres through Supabase. So if you have skipped it, you should watch under the backend section. So, but we couldn't do it without knowing what is the name of the table, what structure is the table column. So where is the title? If we want to get what to return to this title, is it name title or project name? I think that if you don't know all those, then it will be difficult to get things out. So the same, since this is deployed on the blockchain, you cannot just go there because, and so to know it is that ABI or the bytecode. So usually ABI, this bytecode is the low level language. So the ABI now structure it for you. If I click here now, it will tell me to download. Okay, it's even copied. Let me just paste it here. I want to show you. Yes, I've just pasted the code. So you can see it. So it told me input, receive, internal type string. You see that I've changed that string. It's reflecting a mutability view. That's all those things are view. You will learn it in those courses. I won't be get access to DPU Pro and get all those things as well. Now store name, non-payable, all this you have payable, who can pay and things. But right away, what you discover inside there is that this is the value stored. So I can just start interacting with it. Once this is, there's something we call the constructor, which we use also in Solana, but you can't initialize in storage because Solana has two different, the execution code and the storage, and that's why we had the storage account first initialized through the test, and then we use that address. But over here is just one single wallet address or contract address, because inside the single account you have code one side, and then you can store like this one, variable that can hold values straight within a single something. So you want to come to advanced configuration. You can mark this optimization to make it more optimized, means like save gas and things like that. So then you can click here to compile it for us. You will see it and run script, then you can deploy. So here now this is where you choose what you really want to do in terms of, are you deploying? Just like I told you, I don't use anything like localnet or this thing because they have a lot of differences. They are similar from mainnet, but the closest to mainnet is testnet. So also the advantage is, if for example you are submitting, you want to put this to be working on a site like this, you can't use localnet because you can't be running your localnet all the time and connect with it. So you need to deploy it on something like testnet, which is Devnet on Solana, so that is also running. It's just give free token to work with because it's for developer. That's just the difference, but it works well. So we'll use eject develop provider. Once you click here, you see it brings up MetaMask. You can see it now, and then you can connect. So, and you'll be able to deploy. These are free Ether for testing, and then usually leave this and you pick what and then click and deploy. So if I click here now, you see this is a local something, and it will tell me how things goes and a lot of things. All these things, I think I explained it in those things. So I'm not, but you have idea now, and then once you deploy with a deployed contract, either entity address or compiled source, so you can see it now. So if you have the address, you paste the address here, and then there's instantly a test UI that you can use in Remix. So that's another advantage of Remix when you are just starting and iterating before the contract become more complex. So now if we have the basic as well. That's how I run you through the basic in Rust and something. But now, sorry, being recording since I'm a bit tired. So now let's now move back to our code here. And as I told you, we are following this. We are doing this first, then probably not much of test because we already know what that is doing and tested in. So I just go back to this AI and I tag this and I told it, you can see it, that yeah, everything works fine without any error in console as seen in the screenshot. Next, consider them to prove that I work with multiple blockchain as a full stack Web3 developer blockchain developer in my portfolio dApp. The next thing is to repeat same thing on EVM using Ethereum Sepolia Testnet. So some people think taking time to explain for AI is not matter. Just give it. You are deceiving yourself. Can't get the best. The more context you give the AI, the better the result it will give you. That's it. So create a Solidity contract with exactly the same feature we have in the Solana program. So I tag it here that I should create it, but to align with EVM, well commented and no error or message stored. Okay, and message, this thing stored will be hello Web3 world on Ethereum blockchain. So I gave it the message just like I did for the Solana. Also state the difference in the architecture which influence the design between Solana and EVM smart contract / program. Smart contract called it on Ethereum, program on Solana. 2, I will deploy it using remix ID. So I even told it, so I don't leave it to start giving me general guide. One thing about having solid context for this AI is that they won't give you generalized answer, because it's like you already know what you might not really know, maybe the implementation solid or something, but you have the basic idea. You understand? So I will deploy it using remix on Ethereum, Sepolia. 3, guide step by step what next after compiling, deploying to Ethereum, and then note all code follow existing structure, like wallet provider is in provider and button actual interaction. You get, remember guide like first time beginner doing this. I told it again as if I've never deployed smart contract before. I said guide me as beginner doing this, which means explaining every step and organize according to steps to take one after another to ensure everything works fine. Code well commented with no bug or types error. You see, I keep hammering those things. It matters. Is reinforcing learning. Like it's help it to know that you are seriously need to pay attention to this, or it just do oversight. So it just took this particular something, Rust program, and translated it for me into Solidity. So let me copy it, and if I go here to remix, then I can go back to home. I think there are even ways there. I'm coming. Oh no, it shifted there. No. Reset states. Let me come back here. I think I saw something like sign in to GitHub. So I think to ensure that your commits are properly attributed in GitHub, you need to configure a username and email address or connect to the GitHub. This command will be used to identify the author of the commit. So initialize repo, GitHub setup, enter GitHub username, email. So you can see it now. So if you want to commit, I think if I log in, to be able to save what I do and then later, but it's not like that. So make sure whatever contract you write here, as much as you have the code done, take the code, back it up or push it to your GitHub. So because these things just, you may load the site at times and then your work is gone. I know it persists, but prevention is better than cure. So you might want to sign in and push your code to a private repo and keep it there. So now let's create a workspace. Workspace is just default of create a folder. Wow. New workspace. Yeah, I want blank, not really any template like that. So just call it hello Web3 World as a new Git repo, no? So it's just like when we initialize the anchor then. So here now we have this, and I can just create a folder contracts or contracts if it's just one, but anyhow then you can as well, if you want to create tests, you can have tests. So but we are just dealing with this contract, and remember inside it we want to create a new file, and that file we want to call it what? Hello Web3 World. Remember this time it is dot. So yeah, that's turn it. You see instantly now a lot of things will come up here because it identify it as, you see it now, it initialize a lot of things for us. So because that's now identify it as a, and then there will be issue because I need to import the license, all those things. So I just want to copy what we got here and then take it in to the remix as is. So you have just pasted the code snippets. So make sure. So let's test the AI. I want to say the code I copied, is it okay? So let's hear what the AI will say. Is there any vulnerability in the pasted code? No. You see, the contract does not have any obvious bug that could lead to scam or loss. It's designed for storing and retrieving messages with proper initialization checks. So suggestion, however, as always, when deploying contracts on Ethereum, blockchain, or anywhere else, please ensure you have thoroughly reviewed your code in a testing environment before deployment. Also keep an eye out for any potential gas price manipulation attack that could be expected due to contract simple design. Deploying this code is at your own risk. That's normal. So let's move. So I said our code is okay. And now you've gone through this, you say import 0.08 this, and that could also help for you to know which to pick or to use. Compiler, then title hello world contract to store and retrieve message on Ethereum blockchain. Then Ethereum has its own style of commenting. So title, notice is for general, div is for developer to pay attention to this. So this is Ethereum equivalent of Solana hello world program. Then we declare the contract. Everything must be inside the contract. Any code outside of it will not run. So, and then you see we store, remember, string, but we wanted to make it private, state variable, to store the, you understand state, local variable, all those things. In those courses I did it. Then event was event, but we use it here. That's why I want to use this code, because this emit event so that we can know what is going on in the blockchain, or else you won't know. And that event is what can be listened to and used to create logs and things like that. So then, just like your console log, event emitted when message is retrieved, event emitted when message is initialized. So flag to ensure message is initialized only once. So this private tells us, the message here is private. I think retrievable, there are a lot of methods, public and all those things. So at times you just need to refresh your memory and things. So now, initialized. So to ensure once we initialize it, then we don't need to reinitialize just once. Then you can see the function div can only be called once. So it's telling you as div, then initialize the message. So this function initialize is public and then required. Those are part of the things in Solidity. So we can set that it is the terms. Required means we are saying if this particular something is not fulfilled, then the other part of the code should not run. So we are saying if not initialized, message already initialized. Message hello Web3 reward on Ethereum initialized equals to true. So emit message initialized, that's it. It send it inside that event. So then this one also retrieves stored message, rerun the stored message. So you can see the same thing, require initialized. So you try to check to see if this has been initialized. If not, you won't be able to retrieve. Just like on Solana, if that message has not been initialized by any wallet, you couldn't have any wallet to retrieve from. So this also, if the message was not initialized, you can't retrieve it for sure. So it has to be on the blockchain first. Then you emit it, then get the message as well. Then we return the message, and inside here, this one is the return message. So this has the return string, and you always put memory for string. So a lot of things in between anyway. So but if it's string, if it is like uint and all those things, you don't need numbers. Then you return messages and check if message was initialized. So function is initialized, public view return bool. Bool means yes or no. So return initialized. So that's why this initialized is what all these ones are calling. That not initialized, if it's initialized, if it's not initialized, message already initialized and things like that. So now we got this and we are good to go. The next thing, we go here, and remember, that's why you have this. Very simple, keep it somewhere, especially as a beginner. Any blockchain you are working with, this works. I've worked with multiple blockchains. So if I'm telling you I know this work is as simple, I didn't follow any, I just based on what I always find myself coming back to. You understand? So we are in this stage now, and let's see. If we check here now, we try to see we have auto compile, it's already compiling. If it's not auto compiling, it will not mark, you see, to compile. So what we need now is to deploy. You need to ensure you have, just like Solana, you also have to have tests for Sepolia, so you can check facets to get it online. So if we look here, we want to use the inject. We are not doing local, we want the testnet so that we can interact with it from our front end. So we want to eject provider here, and this eject provider I've shown you before, say add foundry and more. So eject provider, it's you have set up your MetaMask wallet, and then you can read the permission, use enable wallet. So which platform are we on? So you need to ensure this. So let me cancel this first. You need to ensure you switch from mainnet to testnet. So Sepolia, you see, so I've already gotten some Sepolia test it. They are not real, just for testing. So I already got this ready. So let me now go back to Remix and connect, eject. So now I know, you see it, It's telling me like what the value of the account is and the number of accounts. It tells this one. Check permission if you want to know what it's requesting for, and connect. So immediately we connect, you see, and said like account is 08. So I expect it to show the balance, not just 08, but it seems it's probably is trying to do that or what. Yeah. So it has to. So once that it will show you the balance, it has to tally with what we have here. That's what tells us that it's working well. And then estimated guys, you just leave there except you know what you're doing. Then if you have multiple contracts, you select the contracts. And you have just one, so you can see now that this is now working. Deploy contract, and you see it. This is, I don't know why it's going on and off like that, but at least it shows. And I don't want it to just deploy and fail. So it's not even allowing yet because the network is still connecting. So maybe any moment we see an opportunity again that is connecting. Then once we do that, if it's successful, let's quickly deploy, and then you can watch here. We did deploy. Creation of deploy meta. So I think we're having issue with this meta mass connection now. Maybe the network has issue, the testnet. So timeout. Yeah, let's reload them coming. Seems it's my connection, so try to reset the router and see. So we have this already. This is welcome to Linux. And I just clear it. Yeah, so we have things a bit clear, and already run through the contract. We have it compiled. So we want to deploy reject provider. So you see it now. So it works too, but because unlike like Anchor and all those things that you have it offline on your system, this, and you just need something you can, but all these are online. So any little network issue you want to check might cause it, so it should connect instantly and show, and then we can deploy. Creating of hello world pending. So you see it should pop up, and estimated changes, request from remix.org, network fee, the amount you are paying, and then the speed probably of approval. So if you need the announce detail, so let's approve this. Did this work? Creation pending. Hopefully it worked this time. So it depends on the network and things. You know that normally Ethereum is much slower. So yeah, says transaction confirmed. Sepolia Etherscan. As for this, so if you just click any, you can check on Etherscan, you can check on Blockspot. So you see its sources. Click to show more details. Created. So this is the contract we created, and we can try to go check it out. So you see it, contract creator and things. So we've created a contract, and you can see that it's identified as a contract. So we deploy it. So this is another platform that also give you, and you see contract created details. So now that we know and have that, let's like deducting. So now that we know and know we have successfully created, the next is we can test. If we come here and copy this created, we want to test it, you can load it here and click address. So because we deploy it here, it's even here already, but in case it's not here, you can load it by bringing the something. So it's just the same. Let me just take one off so it doesn't confuse us. So you can see now these are the functions. Each of it has its own color that we change. So this is like your test that we did on Anchor. So the same here now, but this try to quickly help you put front end like basic something on it, so you can test those actual functions. You can see get message not payable, initialize. So if you do initializing pending, you see confirm, then I think this still even pending. Get, so you can view on task, and then let's try get message and see. So you are talking to the blockchain, so you have to connect. So if you click here, you may see some of those things returned. You see it, hello world on blockchain. So even if we click here, we can see some maybe initialized. See message initialized, hello world on. Then over here now we're able to retrieve. So that's another way where I've been able to fulfill step 1, step 2. Now it's time to now move to our own full front end and get this connected to it. So you see that these steps still work the same way and guide you, especially even a beginner, to know that okay, and talk to the AI, this is the stage I am, I need help here or something like that. So when you check here now, then I told it to give me for front end. So I think it gave me some of these things I've deployed. So I resend it now, create the front end. Important, this is the beginner. I want to learn the basic well. So let's use basic Ethereum, because I noticed when he sent earlier, he sent me code to use third-party wallets like, can I see the name here? Wagme and things like that. All these are wallets, they are okay, but as a beginner, I want you to have the core that doesn't rely on third party. So once you understand those core, then you know, because all those third party, they are not bad, they have extracted a lot of code off from you to make things easier. So also you will not learn some things if anything go wrong. So when you understand the base, then you will appreciate even more when you use them, because they save you a lot of things. So I told it I want the base, just like this Solana core. There are a lot of things. I told it there are a lot of payment platform I can use in Solana, that I can use the API and have a lot of things, even multi-chain. But I want those core so that you can learn. So that's what I told it here, as you can pause and read it. I integrate Ethereum. So, and then it begin to guide me again what to do. So the first is to add, I even instructed, because I seems it was trying to use Ether.js, because just like we are using Web3.js for Ethereum, Solana. Web3.js started with Ethereum, so EVM. So they have version called Web3, but it was like telling maybe Ether. So though many people also use Ether, so but since we are already using Web3.js, that's why I said let's use Web3 for that as well, so you can understand it better. So that's why it now sent me this to add Web3 to it. So if you look at this now, that's what you need to run inside here, which we add that normal Web3. I think I've not added it. Let me see. Package JSON Web3 package JSON. I think I only have Solana Web3.js. Yeah, I think I only have that. So you tell it the package. All these things matters a lot. If you are using NPM, you are using Yarn, so it will tailor that instruction to serve and fit you better. So we have this, but make sure we are on the right thing. Like, it's getting late. I'm like itching and sleeping. So let me open my eyes and see it very well. I think this is in the, yeah, it mustn't be in all those other blockchain something. So yeah, we are in the right place. So pnpm add, let's see. So this add they call Web3.js that is started before they even expand to Solana, all those things. So it install it for us. We need it for the wallet. So this I've even experienced, even when it's giving you some answer itself, we try to check it. If it feels is incorrect, it will tell you cascade error, no credit consumer. Then we try it, feel like okay, seems I got it better now. So it's trying to give me a structure that we should be having by now. This is what we'll be having. Remember, we have the adapter, then we have the wallet connection, and then context provider. So that is based on, I've told it to structure it before. That's what it's giving me now. So let's quickly begin to create some of those things. So we are installing like this. Unlike Solana, we don't need to have multiple wallet adapter Web3.js and do them. So because of that, we just now could work on the provider blockchain. Let's close this blockchain for now and look for provider. Are you seeing it? I'm really sleepy. So Ethereum, yeah. So we can now have Ethereum provider.tx inside there, new folder, new file, enter. So we got this. So it's sending the code for each of them. So we can copy here and paste. Then we got some, I think some types error or something, chain ID. Yeah, okay. So the next one I need to create is on the Ethereum inside component where we have the blockchain again. We have for Ethereum, remember. So we need to create for Ethereum for the button, new file, yeah, and then we create also this will be for, remember that we actually interact with the blockchain. So it's just like this hello world, and then we have the wallet button. So Ethereum wallet button, Solana wallet button. So over here now, we also have the same hello Web3 world, new file, hello Web3 world. But to make things clear, I want to add it to the end or something, so you will soon understand, because if not, when we are importing them, they will be confusing a bit. So Ethereum hello Web3 world it. So now we need to quickly fill them up. We have this field, then the next one we need to fill, let's see the code, wallet button, yeah, wallet, sorry, Ethereum wallet button. So provider from Web3.js, Ethereum, no, I think it's provider is Ethereum, not, yeah, so that fixed it. Then what else? Then we have the actual code, and I now try to communicate with the blockchain. So but before that, so that you don't get things mixed up, we have this wallet connection. We have installed like the Web3.js data and set up the provider and context. Let me run you through that. So it's just like the previous, similar to Ethereum as well, but each of them have their different something. We import from that Web3.js called just Web3a. Then these are the things that are defined for the interface. So there won't be types, error count Ethereum, and then custom hook to use for Ethereum context. Then we got the function Ethereum provider to initialize all those things, the window to check if the wallet is connected or not, if it's all those things. Then we connect the wallet, check the chain ID, and then this also undo disconnect. Then we return that provider with a lot of all those options, connect, chain ID, and all those things like that. So this chain ID is also a basic argument. Big int is not assignable to parameter of type. So this one now is trying to do comparison between that to know if it is like MetaMask or so and things like that. So, but this is being returned from Web3.js as a big int, but this one is just pure number. You see it, so it's like it's saying it's not compatible. So we can do something like const chain ID number, yeah. So we typecast it. When you do this, that means whatever this is big, no, it's number, but it's in big int. So we typecast it in TypeScript. In JavaScript, we will force it to be in number, because it's number that you can perform mathematical something. You can't perform on alphabet or string. So then this one, this chain ID will now become chain ID number, because this is what we assign here. So when we get the same chain ID, we are still using the same chain ID, but we force it to be a number. So when we have it as a number, then we can now use it to compare to another number. So it will be number comparison, and that will work better. So instead of then to be the typecasted one, and that helps us fix our issue. And then inside this provider, we are done. We don't have any error. It's outputting what we need. And we can as well go inside the layout and wrap this up. You decide if you are taking it over the Solana, which is the client, or we are putting this. So we want to put it below, then it must also be below is closing tag. Oh, sorry, it should be before the client. Ethereum provider cannot find name. Yeah, we didn't even import. What's the what they call it, name that was used inside here? Ethereum provider. Inside the function, I think we use Ethereum provider. Just checking. So we have Web3. You can see it now. So you put the latest version there. Let's close all this and go on. So Ethereum provider. Let's go back to layout. So we are importing this Ethereum provider, and then it's formed, and that also solves the issue. Remember, as you are dealing with type, once there is any type issue, you don't fix it. You have issue later when you want to deploy to your front end. So that's the other side of TypeScript. So you must just fix it. It won't let you go, tell you. So now if we have this also covered, so wrapped up, we can close the client for this. Then we have the Ethereum provider sorted. Then the button, just your button, use Ethereum provider. Then normally we take our button, but we are using the Ethereum provider and the button over here. So all these are just basics. Can reach you, ask AI for question about any side of the code. Now, if we got this saved, can we say we are ready and got sorted? So I think we've done this. We've done step 2, step 3, step 4, step 5, and then we didn't really have the wallet outside yet, but we have the wallet already. So I don't want to go and put it at the top, so I'll just use it direct since we already have one wallet there. So I don't create multiple something. So we have this, we need to interact with this via the RPC and things like that. So that is what the AI is also gave me here. Remember, I also gave us this code. So let's copy it and go to Ethereum button, then Ethereum hello world.it. Then we save, and we got a lot of things broken here. So the provider, yeah, it has to be Ethereum/Ethereum is there. So Windsurf, wow, we got a lot. So contract address, remember the address of that contract we deployed. So always keep that. We need to go back to remix, and when the initialize, no, when we deploy it, says contract created. So this was our contract, remember? And then when we check it here, it's a contract. So that's what you want to look for, and come back here. Then you want to replace this with the actual one, or else it won't work. So we still have 4. Then yeah, the contract ABI will go back to Remix, and then here under the compile you have your ABI. Tap to copy, and yeah. Go back to here, and then you want to post here. Paste your ABI. Now there's a mistake in that, but we try to see. Well, let's see. So fix 3 errors already. Remaining 3 errors. Sorry. So try contract new. Chat ABI no overload matches this call from account node is not assignable. Then message results, parameter type. So let's even try where we have gotten to now. This now, if we go to our front end and refresh, let's see if I have break something. Things are still working here. So let's try to import this. Remember, we need to import it to the page, home page. So you will now realize when I was telling you about the Hello World Web3, we can't use it like that now. So I need to do it to import it for me. So let me just go to where I need it. For now, we just do here directly and do. You can imagine now doing another Hello World. Hello Web3 World. It's. You see it now. If not, it will be confusing. Yeah, I think. And then when we got the code, it was still. Wow. No, it's not Solana. We are dealing with this. So I think this one is still being named Hello Web3 World. Yeah. So we need to name it. So when it's being exported, it's exported as. That's why it's not being seen. Let's close layout. Close Solana wallet. Close wallet provider. So let's go back to page. And then let me try again. Let's see. Hello Web3 it. You see this? Yeah, this is what we want to. Then this help us import it automatically. So you see it. So this remove. Imagine both now Hello Web3 World. Then there will be confusion. So that's why I added that it. So naming is another thing. Could be stressful at times. So we seems to get this now. Let's see and reload. Okay, it's refreshing. Cool, we got this. We got this now. So let's clear any. So we see if there's errors. Connect. Wow. Connected. So it's saying connected. So normally it should prompt, but seems did we connect? Did we connect? Probably I was testing or something. So it should have prompt, but I think because of previous connect. But if there are error, it would bring it. So for it to have connected, but if you're doing it for the first time, it will prompt the Ethereum. At times it will even prompt you between this MetaMask and 17. No, this is not even the wallet. Let's see. You see it, contract method design. It's not a function. It's not a function, it's initialized. So, but this, let me see. Calling, coming. So at least we've got something here. I'm trying to see this. That which other wallet do we have there? Let's see. We have Phantom. So Phantom could be having issue with it. Enable Sui. Okay, not supposed to. The current Testnet. I think this is the wallet that's, is it the wallet that's connecting? Yeah, 6E. Yeah. So I suspected that could be, let's spin the Phantom sideways. So what I want to do now is I want to turn this to wallet that will not be like compatible, which is the Solana one. Then when I try to likely even give error. Let me see. Connect. Error fetching projects. So that's messing up or something. I don't want to uninstall the wallet. So it's just connecting directly to the Phantom, and now it's not even connecting again. So let's see. Let's check the code. So normally the issue with normally it should like pop out, and let me connect again just like this Solana. So I'm coming. If we try to start another npm diff development server, let's see. Oh, I think even network could be issue. Yeah. It's taking so long to load. So what really matters is that we are able to connect, but I want to specifically connect to MetaMask. So what I think the Phantom is just picking it up. It's pet. So connect Ethereum wallet. So yet if I tap this now, you see it's detecting. So let's check some. First here, this ABI, if I change this guy back now to this that has, you see, it has Sepolia. If I change it back, it will. But even that now, let me try something again. Let me see if I take developer setting off it, what will it do? So I'm now on minute. Will it still connect? It shouldn't. It turned me back to Devnet. Let's see. Test mode. So make sure you have Ethereum Sepolia selected, and let's click. So you see this wallet is connecting. So I think this is more of like a cache issue or things like that. So that's why it's connecting and not popping. So here now, if we fetch message, you see that it's working. So it's based on, there's conflict with those two. Even at times it will tell you which one do you want to use. So, but here it's just like picking something up itself, and then let's fix this error method. Think that will likely be coming in from here, because this ABI, remember it gave us, we should type, we ought to clear the whole something, so we don't put it inside two boxes. Yeah, let's see. We've got two errors left. Let's retry here. So connected, fetching. Boom, we did it. So you can see it now. So the other ones is conflict with the wallet. So you can see that we are able to connect, and this is fetching from Ethereum blockchain, while this is fetching from Solana blockchain. So each of them on Devnet. You have fetching from Solana blockchain, you have another one fetching from the Devnet. So this is promise made, promise kept from the beginning of the course, that at the end you'll be able to build your own portfolio dApp and have front end, use AI tool. We switch from Cursor to Windsurf because of some challenges as well. Then we are able to go through a lot of challenges, a lot of bugs, a lot try fix, and here we are. We have our full dApp showing our proficiency in front end, in back end, Postgres Database+Supabase and things like that. Then now also on chain, that's shown on Solana, Rust, Anchor deployment, and now it's shown on Ethereum interaction as well. So we've used Remix, and in future projects as we advance, we may be using other advanced one like Adat and more. So wow, So we got this connected. See, connect, and we have our wallet connected, and we can fetch, and you can see hello world and hello Web3 world on Solana and on Ethereum. So these are how I believe you've learned a lot, and it's time for you to take up your own challenge. Yeah, your own challenge. So what we'll be doing is, in terms of your submitting to get certification, in part of the challenge is built, like I said, I won't be giving codes. We've learned together, we've tested together, we've made mistakes together, we've fixed bugs and learned a lot. I think I even went back to the AI, told it there are some errors. Import. I told it, and it seems to probably just made some changes. This was like what we did. Then yeah, I think let's fix both type error. Then they said here, await contract initialized. So this one will check if there is no contract initialized. It will not, and that fixed that. Then the last one is the results. We check to be sure if it's expected format or not. So we place this with this, and then we can do format document, so we have it organized, and that's it. We can see this now. Now have our wallet, so you'll be able to, if you got questions. So the next thing we want to do is finally take all these things and put it online. So this, we have been doing it on the local, so for you to now have it online, so potential employee or employer and things like that can easily see it. So I want to do that. Connected wallet, so that we can get that done. We take everything with your custom domain that will be using to deploy, because moving forward, being part of the challenge, you have to have your custom domain based portfolio dApp, where you will now be building new projects every single month. I turn to course like this, and then you follow and build your own source code, and you can. So meanwhile, some of you that want to start a full template, I think I will be launching a platform for template for dApps. So, and starting with something like this portfolio dApp, where we'll be able to have more networks, blockchain, probably have something like Base, Binance Chain, and more. These two, maybe increase it to 4 or more, and displayed as part of it, and with the source code, with everything will be coming with it. So if you have interest, make sure you check once we deploy. I think I will discuss better on it, but for now, I'm thinking I will likely be launching that maybe for about 300 SD or so. And if you are watching now you be launching to test and get feedback for just 100, and that will likely give you access for a whole year, so that updating it, as in all these things, they need update. So that means once you have access to it for the next 1 year, if there are updates for like Nextjs version, I update it, things break like that, you have access and then also support based on that theme. So if it's something you are interested in as well, let me know in the comments below, and please give me template discount. So where you have something like this as a production ready template, the smart contract for everything will be there added, and then we'll be adding more blockchains like I said, like Base, BSC, and I think one more like that, at least about 4 or 5 instead of just 2. So please give me template discount. Please give me template discount. Let me hear below, and like I told you, this that will be like probably about 300 for a whole year. So for updating the template, getting support as well through on the template, so probably the first few people I can give for like 100. Yeah, so comment it below if you are interested in that template, just like what we've built, but then having more blockchain integration and their source code as well, so and support for like a year for the template. So anytime you want to use the newest version, you can always have access to it for the next 1 year. So, and if you're already a student, I think I'm considering I may give you even more discounts. Instead of 100, you get it for 50. So if you're a student, you should not comment in the YouTube or something. Instead, comment if you're interested in it in the normal platform under this course where you get support. So then we'll discuss on that. So let's push this to production. Yeah, but for now I think I need to push a commit. Let's stop this multiple server. I need to push this. ls. So we are status add, then commit. We added Ethereum wallet, yeah, then git push. Git status. So that helps us keep our code. So let's say once we have it here, or no, so we want to request it, yeah, Ethereum, and then create. To always remember to always push, especially when you do major something. At times a lot of things can happen with your system and things. Having it on your GitHub, since it's private, it's a backup as well. can refresh when it's taking too long. Yeah, match. Yeah. So even if you have no match, just pushing it to that branch keeps it back up for you. So that's now committed and good to go. So we have this working now. And I will see you in the next section where we will be going on to do the final deployment on the front end. So we have the backend deployed, blockchain deployed. So we now need the actual front end. So you can interact with all this from a domain name, your name. So not from local, like now you can't access this. But once you put it online, then anyone can access. So we need to do that and talk a bit tips. And don't forget, if you want support certification, then want to be updating this with project every month, join the challenge DPU Pro, and you don't want to miss it now with this discount for launching. And then if you comment, please give me APU discount, as you've seen here, pro discount, you also get another 50% up to, depending on how early you are, it could be just 20, 10, 5%, but the earliest people get up to 50, and that means you get this even for up to half of it, like 250. So that's it. And for those that also have interest on the template, I've said that as well. You can as well comment it together, like, please give me the portfolio dApp discount, template discount. So that, like I said, launching it for about 300, be working to integrate about 4 blockchains or so more, based on some feedback I get as well, then to be production ready for all this, including the back end code to create the table and things like that. So, and instead of 300, those few people that comment that already, we get it for just 100 SD, and it's, you have more details on it. And then if you are a student, you can comment in the pro platform, and you have access for it for just 50 for now. Just now, anyone still not taking advantage of that is off. So that's it. I will see you in the next step. I think we have fulfilled all this one as well. So bye for now. Yeah, welcome back, dear students. In this section, we want to focus on taking what we have built and putting it fully online. We have been doing that from different sections, but the front end isn't on. That's why I told you initially when we are building this that I love to put all these things on Testnet, so that by the time you want to move your full app online, you won't have issue, because if you deploy them on local net, then there will be issue. You have to go and fix them, eventually have to move them. So why not just move them straight, build them straight on that, since it's also a testnet and you get those development tokens for free. So now we have connected wallet, we've done this, and the next stage is to move this. We are on local development, and normally when you are building a full stack something and you are building actually a real world project like your portfolio dApp, you can't be sending local host URL to a potential employer or freelance gig, someone that wants to give you such opportunity or starting your own Web3 startup and things like that. So this, we need to move it from local to actual domain. So I will take you through the process here step by step. So the first thing that you actually need is for you to get a domain, and this is essential because if you are going to get certification for this particular course as a DPU Pro student, I will not accept for you anything on a subdomain except that subdomain is your own. So like maybe you host the sub, it's not like, what I mean that it shouldn't be like subdomain.vercel, general public subdomain. I won't take that. So maybe it's your own project, you already have a domain, you already own project, you now just want to run that as a subdomain, that's acceptable. But if it's all this normal Vercel subdomain, when you deploy, you get those things free and things, I will not approve your challenge to qualify for certification. So these are part of essential thing, and that's why you should pay attention to this level as well. So if you look at, because I need real students with real results, and for you to have real results, you need to do real world things, not just learning for learning. No, you have to learn that is applicable to real world use cases, and that is what can guarantee you that you acquire real world skill that can translate to any fundraising, a lot more like that for yourself or your freelance project or startup and more. So we need a domain. So for that, usually I make use of name silo. So for years I've said before I came into Web3 in 2017, you can count the years depending when you are watching this. I've been into blogging in the days of Google, blogger.com and things like that. So I've been doing that and exposed to these domains, things, custom domain and things like that since as far back as 2008, 2009. Yeah. So, or a bit earlier. So I've been using them. I've used a lot of hosts, but for years, NameSilo have not disappointed me. So the other one now that I've now added when it comes to just purely domain management is UnstoppableDomain. I've also been using UnstoppableDomain for years, but then they only just focus on Web3 domain. So I think I bought a domain for the programming university.wallet. Yeah. Then, so just for wallet. But now they have integrated Web2. So with Web2 now, it means you can also register Web2 based domain like .com, .xyz, .io and things. So I will any of those two, I think they have affiliate or something, but I don't really like focus more on that. So if you just decide to use it, you can make request for it. If I get any of their referral something, I might reply you with it. So, but now what matters to me is for you to actually use tools that will be helpful for you, not the referral. So now this one now also work fine, and the advantage of it is that you can register both Web3 domains like .crypto and things like that, and then Web2. And presently, I don't know when you'll be watching, maybe years to come, everywhere days they allow you to register .xyz for just $1, the first 1 year for just $1. Usually that costs about $10 to $11 or even $16 depending on the domain hosting you are using, and some may do it for like 2 point something or so. So that's how I just grab things up to show you, because I also will be using this moving forward. So that's how I grab this domain, and you just need to go there and just type in the domain you want. I think Mondays, you just type your domain and then register, follow it, gives you the available one, you can see it. So .xyz, you see it. Normally now they are doing it for $2. So, but everywhere is there for now. I don't know. It won't be forever. It goes for $1. And the .com, I don't think .com of this is available. The .com for like $5 I think Monday or Tuesday or Thursday. So that's how I grabbed this. And now once you set it up, follow is just normal basic something. Once you set it up, you want to go into your DNS name server. So your DNS name server is what connects your domain to your website hosting. So wherever you are hosting your website, it is what keep that communication and people that want to visit your site. So if you are hosting, they don't offer hosting for now, and you know we are hosting on Vercel. So there are other ones as well you use, which are okay as well, but I'm just using Vercel. You want to go to the DNS and point it to Vercel or whichever platform you are using. I think I used to forget their name. Let me see. Vercel alternatives. They are all cool. I think I've also used Render, Netlify. So I've not really used AWS Amplify, but I've used Netlify. They are also as simplify and cool as Vercel. Then I've also used Render. Yeah, I've used 2 of these. So, and those are what I can talk about. I've not used most other ones. So anyone you are using, Netlify is also as popular just like Vercel. So, but I think Vercel is more popular because Vercel was the one that built Nextjs. So now, if once you get that register, you can also pay with crypto. That's advantage compared to like NameSilo. I think NameSilo also now take crypto. Yeah, they do. So if we look now, you have this default. It will show the default name server of Unstoppable Domain. You want to click on custom. So this is the same for anywhere you host your domain. You are free to host your domain on any domain host you are comfortable with. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. So it's not compulsory you should use this. So if you want to look for custom domain, wherever they have their own name server, look for custom domain, custom name server, and you want to type this specifically, is the same for anyone hosting their front end on Vercel. So if you are hosting on Netlify, Render, they also have their own custom domain, custom name server. You want to get that. Once you have it, you want to post 2. It's 2 because if one fail, you have a backup. So they usually have at least 2. Some can even have 3 or 4, but usually have at least 2. So you want to have this up the ns1.vercel-dns.com. You just copy it and paste it here again and change this one to 2. So once you have that, you want to update. Usually it says it takes like 24 hours, but usually within like 1 to 3 hours if you check. So for example, now let's try. I usually use incognito when you are dealing with things like that. So if we check this incognito now and I try to visit Foskaay.xyz, let's see what comes up. Yeah, it will say no because you are just setting it up, because it doesn't have HTTPS, which is secure server. All sites now uses it. So I remember those days that we are on HTTP without S, and then they introduced that secure something. So let's see how this. I got the name. Reload Foskaay XYZ. I'm just trying to confirm if Web3, if my network is working. So you can see it now. It means it's not picking up yet. So some domain hosting, something we put a kind of a demo and things like that, maybe like GoDaddy or things like that. So now once you have that set, it will tell you, and then after like 1 to 3 hours, that is when you can start using this domain. So I think Vercel also sells domain directly. So if you just want it to be in one place, you can do that. So we have this sorted now. That's all we need if you are hosting the domain outside of where you are hosting the site. So but if you are hosting it using your default, is okay to work. Now if we go here, we have this now. We need to go to Vercel. So we need to open Vercel. So all these are transactions we checked, so let's close them so we have a clearer. Yeah, so now we want to visit Vercel. I think vercel.com and set up an account. So there are about 2 accounts there. You have the free, the personal, and the enterprise. So you had better start with personal, except all, and then sign up. So I'm looking for personal project to see it. So if you pick those, then instantly you will be billed. Though you might get a test, but you want to pick this, even if you want to upgrade later, because you have opportunity to upload as many projects as possible. I've been using Vercel for years, so not been able to exhaust their free plan for a lot of things. So I have a complex company use case, get enterprise now. So you want to put your first deploy is just sign away, pro plan. I think I'm coming. Let me try login. Yeah, I think if I try to just log in, I just use like GitHub to log in. So since the development platform, just connect your GitHub directly. Let's just, and that will make it. So it will bring this pop-up, and now we won't ever message other than your verification purpose. So it's now like compulsory for you to put phone number before you can set things up. So I think we need to do that, or else it won't allow us to move forward. So here we go. I've gone through the verification, and you can too, but if you already have, you can just go to create, add new project, and you have something like this. Is they now have the AI V0 that we use in the front end, then integrated that can help you start building here. So it might be something you want to check out, but here we have it. Since we are connected to that GitHub account already, if you drop here, it now say plus GitHub account. So install the GitHub application for the account you wish to import from. So let's add GitHub account. So make sure we are already connected to the GitHub account you are using for development, which is Foskaay Academy Demos. So you can go through all this and then install. So we need to fix that in. And you can see it now that once we have this, anytime you click create, you just list all the repos. We don't have any other repo yet. So this is just the project we started. Every time show you from scratch. So as you build more projects, you now keep having. Some of you might need to start a new fresh GitHub repo. I'm telling you, because you have just been doing things anyhow. here and there, but now you are starting to be getting serious, like, okay, I'm taking this serious. I need to move from zero to pro Web3 full stack blockchain developer, so I can start get maybe your own dream is to get hired or to become freelance and get gigs and things like that. Even on freelance platform, having a dApp portfolio will be an advantage for you. And now think of adding more projects on it on a monthly basis. There are real world project, full stack project like this, front end, back end, blockchain, all those things, and actually working at least whatever feature you talk about. So those are the challenge you want to join. And remember now, if you don't want to miss it, to join the challenge every month, once you have this, you want to upgrade to the DPU Pro, and that is 2,400 USD per year to subscribe now. But because I'm just launching this, you have discount up to almost 80% for just 500 for a year. And if you are watching this now on this platform, if you are early, you are super fast, you want to get in, but like, oh, if I can get even more discount, yeah, this is for you. For the like first 5 to 10 people, the discount will be from like 50% and it keep going. So maybe the first 5 people will get the 50%. So the faster you are, you get up to 5. That means you can even get it for just 250 USD for 1 year subscription. Remember, I only take in serious students, so that's why this has no refund. You really need to be able to put your money where your mouth is and like, no, I'm really ready to give. Not student, like I told you, I don't give out codes. No, I build it together, share my experience, the challenge, the reward challenge. Then you learn with the help of this AI tool now. That's why I show you some of how I prompt to build that mind, this transformation, not people that just copy code and then things they have just little challenge with the code. They don't know where to go. They don't know how to fix it. Even AI can hardly help them. Why? Because it's all about just vibe coding. It's all about just forking and cloning other ready-made code. They don't really understand. Coding, vibe coding is cool. Forking template code, all those things is good. But understanding the basic is essential, so that if anything goes wrong, you can always fix things up. That is what you will be paid. That is what you will be hired for. You won't be hired because you are good at duplicating already made codes to fix issues. And if you don't understand the core used to build those things, which are the core you are learning in those monthly challenge, help you transform with those things, you can't. So you should keep that in mind. And to claim that discount, you want to go on now and type below, please give me DPU Pro discount. Please give me DPU Pro discount. And the first like 5 people may get up to the 50%, but after that it will keep dropping. So the faster you are, if I post reply to you, don't ask if you are not really ready and serious. So because if I post to you after 24 hours within or less, depending on the request, you will lose access to it. So you don't want to miss it. You get it instantly, you go and take advantage of it with the payment. Please give me DPU Pro discount. Now if we go back here to, we are looking at the Vercel. So we have this ready based on what we have in our repo. I want to look at this. This is our repo. So we only have one repo, which is this that we're building now. So that's why it's showing. So if you have other repo, it will show them. It doesn't matter if they are private, or since you have authenticated your account, so it will have access to even your private. So having a private repo doesn't deny you, you can say it, from being able to deploy your project. So you don't need to make it public if you don't want to make the project code public, or public yet, or public at all. So you can see it now. We can then add, select, and you have this, and we can import. Click to import it. All these are for, we already built this, so we don't need to select that. Import. And you can see we are on hobby chain cost. So when your project is pushing, you want to upgrade, that's different. So project name, it will take the name of the repo if you want to adjust it, because this will be the name that it will use for your domain. So your free domain, those are what I was telling you, that I will not approve something like this domains for you. Have to add your custom domain, and we'll do it everything here together. So let's pull this. So here on Foskaay Web3, so I don't need all this because it's the portfolio site itself. So it can just be Solomon Foskaay. You understand? Your name dot Vercel or something. So when you now register, it can be your name.com and things like that, or those XYZ. So we want to add here. I want to add this. So instantly it's able to select, to pick for you that, okay, Nextjs, and if it doesn't pick it correctly, you can try to pick it yourself, but it has identified since it is inside the root folder. So then build output settings. So you have these essential settings which we will deal with one by one. So the first one is the build. So this build, usually by default, it's most time, npm is the most popular. So there's chances for you to ensure you don't break your project and it aligns with what you are doing. I am using pnpm. So I want to ensure this is on. You understand? And I want to put in what I actually want, which is pnpm build. You understand? Then that reminds me something we'll quickly do. This, don't touch this. Then also this command, install command, is in yarn pnpm this. So it should use pnpm install. So with that, I have the same package managing things for me locally and remotely for the normal. So if I have any issue, I can easily trace what is happening. So not that I'm using pnpm to develop, and then when I upload to Vercel, it's forcing to use npm or something. So if it discovers some problem, I may not be able to replicate and fix it on my local development server. So it's better, and that's why I used to fix, but usually I don't just touch this output, it will manage it itself. Then the next one you want to touch is this environment variable. You remember we have this env file, the env file that I said you should never push to your GitHub repo because it contains sensitive information, like if your wallet private key, it can contain your API key. Maybe you are doing integrating AI tools or things like that, depending on the project you are building, or you are integrating paid RPC. You will put all those secret things inside here. So you can see you never show this to anyone. So like your Supabase unknown key should not be shown to people. You understand? And this, so, but this, a lot of it is still more there, and this purely a test account. So if anybody just even hacking or something, it's just the test account, not my actual project on it. We built it together in our backend section. So now we have this next public base URL and all these things. So we will be needing to move it over here. So what I used to do is just tap anywhere and copy everything. You see it? Just copy everything. Come over here. So Vercel, I've done this I don't know of other platforms, but this is what I use very well. So if I click here now, just inside this one and paste it, instead of copying it one by one, and just click paste, it will just move everything. See, paste and env above to populate the form. So just copy from there and paste, and then you see it right away that it auto create, identify each of them, next public base URL, Supabase URL, Supabase anon key, everything. It just fix it automatically for us. So, and if you don't want anyone, you click this minus button, it remove it. If you need more later, you can always click add more and add them manually. But these are essential now. If not, our front end will not work. Now, another thing I want to do based on this PNPM build is that before you do your final push for your project to be deployed on the front end, is a great practice, even when you are contributing to any open source or to your project you are hired as freelance to do. I want to start a new terminal, so you see it fresh. We are in the root folder because that's where we have the Nextjs installed. So I want to do ls, so you have all those things, blockchain, all these things are there. So here now I want to do pnpm build, that same command. So what this does is that it pull everything together and prepare them for production. You understand? So if there's any error, that's why I told you then, as you are building, you should make sure there's no page with type error, because if there is type error, you will not be able to build here successfully. And the reason why it's good to do this locally, let's run it, is that if you don't do it locally, you will be forced to do it, because your site will never deploy with type error. I'm telling you. So it won't deploy. So you will still have to come back to the local to try to fix things. So why not try to, since you have access to it? Yeah. So that is why you should also use the same package. If you are using, it has happened to me severally before, that a project I build here, there's no error, but then I try to deploy on Vercel or whatever you're using, there's error because I was using PNPM and that one was trying to use NPM. So then some issue just came up that I couldn't replicate to fix on that. So since then I've came to create the style for myself to always before I don't configure this, I just let it this build. No, now I force it to say this is the package I want. So if it is npm, it is yarn, if it is born and all those things, you specify, and then you can always be sure and replicate the problem. So once you have something like this, everything marked and it finished like this, you are good to go. But if it has type error, then you make sure you fix that type error before you even push it to GitHub for final deployment. So we got this already now, and it is time to click the deploy button. So every other thing is there. The root, if you want to edit it, if the file is in another place, you want to select, you see the list here. So, but since it is inside our root that we have the Nextjs, then we are good to go. So let's click on here and deploy. Always remember, if you need help, you get stuck, just make sure you follow. You've tried your part and still need help. Apart from the AI, then reach out in the comment below. Remember, only if you are in the DPU premium platform like Foskaay Academy, DPU Pro. If you are like YouTube watching this free, I will not respond to your question. So upgrade to DPU Pro. I've given enough of this value for free. So if you believe, yeah, this is helping, and then you need more support, like, oh, I believe this guy will be able to hold me by hand from 0 to pro Web3 full stack Web3 developer, then you should upgrade to DPU Pro. And you don't want to miss it now by getting up to 50% discount more with typing, please give me DPU Pro. discount. So if you do that, you will have access to not just the already discounted 80%, but you can get up to 50% depending on how early you are to make requests. And always remind you, it's only for serious people, no refund. So if you are not serious, that's why I say watch something like this, and then if you are not convinced, I'm able to put you through, get you to that level. I'm not promising anybody, oh, you earn millions, you earn, no. But one thing I can promise you is that you will get challenged to get on your skill, to get better, and then some tips on how you can turn it. Then if you are serious and get this skill, then you can go ahead and begin to turn this to any participate in hackathon, turn to freelancer and more. So you should get advantage of that. We already run this worked. So we got issue here. Solana hello world. So wow, this still end up, this is what I'm saying, giving us lot of some errors because PNPM build exited with one error, and the error is module not found, can't resolve our block at blockchain hello web3 world target IDL hello web3 world. So this even good is a good error, because these are part of things you just go you learn in a lot of all these courses, but in real world when you begin to get things done, then you begin to see that some things can be done the way. If you can guess what this is, the issue this is already, let me know, like pause and think, what do you think? So that's how you learn. That's why before I explain it, just pause and think, did you get it? Were you able to get it? Let me know in comment below. Were you able to, like, okay, what could be the issue here? He said module not found inside hello world blockchain can't, but yet we didn't have that same error here. So what really happened? So did you get it? Let me know. Yeah, the problem is very simple. We built everything like, but you told us once you don't have error here, you shouldn't have error here. Yeah, but this error makes sense. Why? Because you have something here you didn't have there. Let's look at it and learn together. When you look at this error now, let's see. It says hello world target. It tries to go in, and if we go back into here, we have the blockchain, we have Solana, which is here, we have hello web3 world, which is here, then we got targets, and over here we got IDL. You see it? And we got types. You understand now? So we got IDL, we got types. That is why this worked without any issue. But this is being powered by our Git repo. And you remember, inside here, we have this git ignore that have ignored this target folder because it contains some sensitive information like your deploy, which has, no, I think release target. So we have some files here that have some important things that you don't just want to reveal to people, you understand, that may expose a lot of things about your project. So the git ignore here has already exempted it. So even though it's here, our build, PNPM build, was able to see it. But when we go back here inside that file, which is component blockchain Solana component blockchain. So these are these are reward. These are how you face challenges. Component then blockchain, then inside Solana we have this hello word, and here we imported IDL. You see, it was able to import it because it's here. But since the git ignore has removed it for security reasons, by the time it went here, if we go here now, do you see what I'm telling you now? That when you understand the essential, the basic of these things, yeah, because we are connected to Vercel, so it's saying it failed. So you always see it if it's marked and things like that. So if it's not connected to deployment, you won't be seeing this. Let's now open this. I just want to have this. So if we go inside this blockchain now, where it's trying to find is looking for hello web3 word, then it's looking for targets. But you can see that there's nothing like target here. Compare it to this, where we have the target folder. We don't have it here, so it's not able to see it. And so it's whatever you have here. That's why we had to go and put the ENV also behind the scene where people cannot see. We can't put that inside here. You get what I'm saying? So those are part of the things you need to know and understand. So that's why it's not seeing it. But since our IDL is just interface of the blockchain, you understand? It's not revealing a secret key or things like that. So we may get a way to put it in the front end. You get what I'm saying? So for us to do that, to be able to have access to it, we may need to go inside here. The types also, and if you are confused on it, you want to first go back to here. We have our AI here. I want to ask something so you learn from it. Vercel. Let me take a screenshot. So I want to take a screenshot here. Yeah, and that screenshot, I want to take it to this AI. That's how you learn. That's the best way you become better than a lot of people. All they are doing is just vibe coding. It's good. You vibe code. When you know the basics, the essential, how to, then you are good to go to vibe code. Because if anything break, you know how to. All those things you see a lot of people share on social media, in reality, behind the scene, and anything goes wrong, they are stuck because they don't really just know the basics. So when here I want to deploy to Vercel and got the error because the IDL was not found. The IDL was excluded via anchor.gitignore. For no, the folder target that the idea was in was excluded via gitignore. So I'm thinking of moving the IDL into front end, like inside /app or /component. But as a beginner, I want to be sure if it's safe to commit my IDL publicly because it's going to a public repo. So I want to be sure. You understand? So I'm taking you through this process. You can see it now. Components. So through a public repo. So it's IDL of my custom program safe to share publicly or security risk, and then how do I share it with Vercel? Because a component requires it. Yeah, let's see what this. So you can see now. So you try to let it know, okay, I'm doing this for the first time. I need to know, is this safe? Is it not safe? So by the time you use things like this, likely that the deployer, due to missing research suggests this will not stop until it's done. It seems likely that the error on Vercel is due to missing by anchor. Moving it to frontend might resolve the issue. It's also heard that sharing idea is generally safe as it only describes the program interface, not its logic or private keys, though there are some controversy over potential risks like exposing program structure. The evidence linked towards including ID in front-end directory and committing it to the public repo. The Vercel assessing it during deployment, but ensuring no sensitive data is included. Yes, it's generally safe. Do you see what I'm saying now? Because I personally have looked at it as well that all these things, so it's good. We've learned a lot here. So let's go back. We now know where the issue is, and we need to go back to our own this default here, and then we can try to fix something here. So what we'll do is this IDL and types as well, when we want to move it. So what we just do, maybe we just move it inside. We have blockchain, we have Solana. So maybe we just copy, make sure it's for the program itself. Don't copy wrong IDL. Inside Solana, I want to paste this. Then I want to also copy the types and copy and paste inside the Solana. So we have the IDL now, we have this. So you need to go and change this one that's making use of it. And we don't have the issue with Ethereum because remember, we didn't use inside here. We just deploy and just use the. So over here now, we need to change that location. So the IDL now is now coming from, instead of blockchain, is coming from slash components. Seems that it has identified it for us. So slash blockchain slash Solana slash IDL. You understand? So with this now, we have been able to fix that issue. So if we run our build again, let's see. why that is there a place we refer to the types? Yeah, we refer to the types here. So you see what I'm saying here. So we likely still have this issue. So before I even build, I ought to even correct this as well. So this also is coming from from component blockchain types. So you see it now. So the two now are inside component, and if we are pushing this out, we'll be able to push it to the front end, since there's the types is just normal types, like types for TypeScript, things like that. So we can easily push it out and make use of it. Let's see. That is on. So we need to push it, and good thing is once you have connected successfully to like Vercel or whatever you are using, anytime you push to your repo, it will build that thing and add it up. So you need to ensure you know what you are doing before you push, once you are connected to, because it's already a live project. So you can see it now. Then I can come here and say git status. So those are the changes we've made. You see it, idea types. Then we can now deal with git add. Then we can do git commit -m and fixed IDL and types error. So missing location error. So whatever, then we git push this, and if we git status, we are done here. Now if we go back here and try go back home, we should have this, or you go here and select the something. So he said we have this to pull request. After this, pull requesting is a good practice. You can't usually commit to most projects directly. One failed check. Git author must have access to the project on Vercel to create deployment. So it will usually do the deployment test. So based on the Git author, it's not having, because it's my personal account and it's different from the demo account we are using. But he said in terms of the code itself, there's no conflict. So we are good to go. Merge, confirm. So you can see this now deployed. If we go back to this branch now and try open this, so we can put this side, then we not have that. I don't recommend you bring that on the types folder, just let it be. We don't need to bring. So instead, now if we go inside component, we now have blockchain, we now have Solana, we now have IDL. You see it here. So it's just all this, and then we have the types also dealing with this. You understand? So it's not really like your secret key and things like that. So all these here are there because deployment failed. You can see it. Ava says, yeah. So now what we need to do, usually it should be automated. You see it, that the deployment is running again, pending. Vercel is deploying your dApp. So once you push, we have already set up the project here. The only thing is that the deployment didn't complete because of that particular error. So if we open vercel.com and go to our account, if we go to account, you see now this is the project, and it says 1 minute ago has it succeeded. Let's see if we refresh this, it should show green if it has succeeded. If not, wow, it's still pending. Vercel is still deploying. Wow. And that's the one that failed 20 minutes ago. We'll fix some things. Let's go inside the project and see what's going on. Wow, seems it has eventually now worked, because that process, so this one now gets stuck here, but when you push in a new something, it override the previous error and attempt to deploy it again. So assuming you don't have this error, this would have also deployed itself, but now it has deployed successfully, as we are seeing it here. And if I refresh this, maybe it should turn green. I don't know why it's still, yeah, you can see it, success, Vercel deployment completed. So that means our site is now live. Let's check if you, so these are domains, you see, you can see it, Solomon-Foskaay.Vercel. You see it now, it's live. Cool, congratulations if you have come this far. So we have it live. You have learned every process involved in a full stack real world dApp. Not just, we just do this and then just to learn. No, you learn the process. These are the process you will go through if you are building a full stack dApp. You have built one yourself now. So you can see it here now. So, but we are not stopping here. We want to, it usually create multiple domains like that. So subdomain. So this is what I'm saying. You can't submit this for me. I won't take it to check as your project and say you want to qualify for certification, to approve and certification. No, you have to go on to get a full stack. You need a full portfolio if you really want to make, and it makes even things easier for you, because you have your project, everything in one place. Anyone requests it, you just send them your link, and they know you are really serious with this as a skill and things like that. So now if we come go here, you want to go to, you have settings. So if you want to add more of environment variable, you click here. You want to go to domains. And inside the domain, you have those domain. You see the domain we did, that was this. So you want to add a new custom domain, we call it custom domain, which is that. So let's say your name now, you click on add and you type your domain here. Environment is production. You want to use it for production, so you can change what is production. Redirect if you need. All this you just leave it, just type here. The domain we are using for this is Foskaay.xyz. So whatever your own domain.com and things like that. So if your domain has the .com still available, maybe it's your name, I will always suggest you go for that .com first. You can now buy other one added, you understand? So then if you are starting a project and things like that as well, add domain, no redirect, production. Let's see, add and redirect Foskaay to it. So it will now be when people visit to www. I don't really like that. I like it to be Foskaay or the name dot without the www. But if anybody types www, because people use it then, but not now. Though it has some of its advantage still, but most times I don't have issue with it. So instead, I want to add this Foskaay.xyz and redirect anyone that type www.foskaay back to this. So this is what it will be showing in the browser. If you pick this is what people will be saying in the browser. So make sure, or you just want to add, you don't want to redirect. No, that's not a good option. You want this to redirect so it doesn't break. So I click this. They recommend, but based on my experience, I've been working with this. So we have, let me extend so I can see the option. So you click add. So you will see this will not work without that DNS that we have pointed. That's why I should have pointed that DNS. You see it now. It's saying invalid configuration. You can see, set the following record on your DNS provider. So it's saying it's not able to pick it. You see it's true, the www and the, so just go to this Foskaay and click name server. Remember what we used then was the custom name server. I don't know why it's not showing. This custom name server, we've set it already. So that's what we want to tell it, that we already set it. So you go to name server and then you enable Vercel DNS. You see it will now auto, or if not, you click refresh. Let me bring it here so things, if that doesn't work after a few minutes, please add. You see it will, because this keep refreshing, and once it's refreshed, good news, your DNS are set correctly. It's now generating SSL, that's your secure certificate, so that you can now work on HTTPS, not just, you remember when we were trying it earlier, it was showing this is not secure. You don't want that on your site, on a lot of those browsers. So to avoid that, when people try to visit, that is when you need this SSL, and it comes free with this Vercel setup. So ensure it's finished generating. Don't do anything on it, just be patient with it and let it finish. Takes a while. So you have it done. You see it now, and this, if you click here, you see that this redirects to this. I don't want to do anything on it, but if we click here, you see that this doesn't redirect anywhere, because that www redirect to it. So as you see this now, you are done. You have your domain. So I usually, like I said, like to test it first in incognito, so that in case if something doesn't work, I do have issue with cache and all those things that could be frustrating at times. XYZ domain issue can be. Let's see what's going on. You see it's now on HTTPS. Says site can't be reached. So yet we have this. So even this may be redirecting. You can redirect this also to it if you don't want people to be able to still have access to the Vercel aspect. So if we still put this, you see that this works. Let's now try the if we go back now to the project and refresh, should be able to show the domain as well. You see it now. It's now like the main, you see it domain, and then the other two as before. So you can tap here. I still say I like to test on incognito. So this is not pulling yet. All right. Check if there's type error. HTTPS. So those are part of the issues that happen at times with domain. So you just try to wait for a while or try to see, because if we don't have the DNS set up correctly, you saw it there, it wouldn't have even connect. If we come to domains, you can see it now. If we don't have it set correctly, it will not even have pull in to it at all. It wouldn't have allowed us to add it. So probably the interaction between them. So at times, I have firewall. Could it be the one blocking me? You can see it won't request denied. So let's test it in the browser directly then. It's still not working. So these are challenges you may face. You try to figure things around. One request denied. All time. Mitigation. Denied when. Wow. So it seems it's denying. So maybe I will first need to deactivate this firewall because it has blocked my IP or something like that. So don't know why it decided to do that. Configure. So these are the challenge you face. I don't even plan this. We should be working. It should be accessible by now. Firewall. Wow. Firewall. IP blocking. Overview. Let's see. Go back. Let's check the settings. So I ask the AI. So let me ask the AI. So if you got issues like that, you can as well try things out. It seems it's like totally just blocking me off. But if I use the normal Vercel, I'm able to. But if I use this, it's just blank off, can't access. But it's already everything we've done it right now. So the only thing is firewall. Let me take a screenshot again. So it's good. We face a lot of challenges. Those are part of what you'll be facing with the monthly challenges. Like you face a lot. You build it. You are not just copying code. And then you will learn a lot. You can't. Each of these errors, they are frustrating. But each time you face them, you add a layer to your security. So imagine a client now reach out to you and say, oh, we're having issues with this. It makes it easy, and that's how they will regard you ready to pay, or even from there someone to take you as full time and things like that, if that is your part or choice. So all those things, it's based on doing. It's not just going and copying code over all the time, and any little thing you don't even know what to do. Wow. Let's go back to the AI and tell it that we got this issue at hand. So I have successfully deployed the portfolio dApp to Vercel, and it works fine. But then I tried to add custom domain, which I have set to point to Vercel DNS, and it's connected well, but when visiting the domain, it give error in screenshot too. So what we do is that we take another screenshot of what's going on when we try to visit it. So it just showed this. Yeah. So it just shows this error. So we want to give it to the AI as well. So it might probably help us. So sincerely, personally, I've not really gone through this kind of issue. So because once I set it up, it just, and I've connected domain directly from that same unstoppable domain. Just put the DNS. Even if the DNS is not correct, Vercel will not connect. You can see the first error it was showing when it was thinking we should connect with CNAME instead of DNS. So what could be the issue? If I visit with Vercel subdomain, the site opens. Fine. Also, the firewall is automatically on and shows it's blocking a request. How can I off the Vercel firewall? Maybe did it work? Can you imagine? Wow. You see what I was saying, Ishara? These domain things can be so. For if you get hooked with all this DNS issue, yeah, I'm telling you, some of them might take you 24 hours. You just have to wait. You have done everything perfectly, but things will not just pick up. Things will not. It's good that I even open this. That's why I always work with incognito when I'm dealing with. I don't even like to open it first, because as you see now, this one might take a long time to work. The one you open on the normal, oh, there's cache and all these things. But when you are first testing, that's experience I've seen for over a decade working with domain. Your first testing should be done on incognito or whichever browser you are, the incognito version of it that doesn't have any cache or anything. And when you are sure it's working, that's when, because once it doesn't work and you put it on your normal browser for days, it might not work, yet you have fixed the issue. So you can imagine this now. So let's retry it. I'm even just still typing. Can you see? Cool. We did this. Sincerely, I've not had that kind of issue with Vercel. Just that's why I'm saying, like, this unstoppable domain is not the first like domain I've connected with Vercel from them. So that would have been like, okay, maybe then if they had issue there, that domain will not even link. It will tell you there are issues with the some. So you got, so this now is now accessible. We can now like send this to our potential employer or freelance gig and things like that. Add it as part of your CV and all those things. Share it on social media, because people can see this, and then every month you add new project under DPU Pro student. So you see this now, and then we have the Onchain, and then we can test this now. So I want to be sure it's working fine. Now let's try it on normal browser. Cool. you see it. Okay, Solomon Web3 Developer Portfolio. Cool. So you see it. We have this working, and let's quickly do some tests. Let me extend this even more so that I can inspect. So when you are testing as a developer, is a good practice. Always put the spec so it can give you something you may not even see here. You know, this is now live. We have done it. We have uploaded it. Everything about it is live. So we have no error here now. So we want to log in. It's just the only Phantom was registered, things like that. So let's even clear. So now we want to do a lot of those tests. We want to log in and test.1 at Gmail, Foskaay uni.1 at gmail.com. That was the account we opened with the backend then. Then we want to log in. You see it, login successful. I want to save it. Yeah. So you can easily test it later. So you see it now. We've been able to log in. If I refresh the page, you see it, we have logged in and we can log out. So which means our backend is working with our dApp, portfolio dApp for real. So this is not local. You can see it now. We are no more on local. We have a custom domain. Then if we go again here, go down, scroll down. We want to connect wallet. You can also connect it here for Solana and all those things. So anyone will work. So we have this detected. Let's use Soufflé. And remember, we want to put, you shouldn't be using this. So only on trusted site. But since we are testing and we built it ourselves, so I can trust it. So that if we refresh, this will be persistent. That's the essence of that. You see it. It's connected and persistent. So we can disconnect also. And we've got no error here. So the next one, we want to fetch the message. Cool. Hello Web3. And you see what I'm saying now? So we connect to the blockchain because every other thing we deployed are remote, are online, so we can easily. So let's confirm, connect Ethereum. You see, this was what I was saying. At times, that local, you remember this, we were having issue. Then it didn't pop up. It was like, so it's working, but at times, those are what issue we have with cache. So that's why at times, when you're having issue like that, and you know you have done the right thing, that's why knowing those things matter a lot. You understand? Because if you don't know, you just vibe code, get code, don't know what is happening behind the scene. Not that you have every details of how each code but you know that, okay, if you want to have, you need authentication, you need this, an overview. So use MetaMask. It will pop up. I don't know, based on how they work, because this also have Ethereum something. So use MetaMask. Use MetaMask. And then it will pop up MetaMask. And you see it. And then connect. Cool. Then we fetch. Good. Congrats. You did it. Yeah. So you now really serious and ready, like, cool. This is, so all you need, you should know, have every of your details, and sure your project will be empty except you have been experienced, you have some you built, but you really want to put real world project, not project that potential employer or grantee or someone that want to grant you, give you grant, or want to partner with you or fund you and things like that. We look at, no, these are just these are not really what you want to put projects that are solid. And if you want that, you want to ensure you join me on a monthly challenge where you build project like this. You know, this is real world. You are able to use it now to build your portfolio. That's what I'm talking about. So you want to now build a lot of these projects. I will be picking at least once every month, And then your others as students, you can also vote for this the project you want. So if you have a project you like me to build and turn to course and challenge, you can suggest it. Then other students will vote. If you get high vote, then I will try to build it. Maybe if there are blockchain and limitation that can't build that thing now, I will let you know. But if not, I will get it built, and then get back to you, the student, turn it to course and challenge. The challenge, like I told you, is that I'm not releasing codes. So it is you, the course I've done, explain front, back end, the blockchain as a full stack development, the challenges I face for you to learn. Then you go through it using those AI to guide you as well. So, and then build it. You will learn, you will make mistakes, you will feel like, but it shows it that it's working. Yeah, before I showed you, I also go through a lot. I told you, you understand? So that's how you make it work, and no source code, transparent collaboration, real world project, driving community. Then when you do it and have all those requirements I set, then I will check and you can qualify. I will check your repo, check your project must be working. I'm not interested in all this. This is a full stack something. This is actually working. You don't understand. This are what you can actually show to people and say, okay, this is my portfolio. You get the point. That is what we are trying to focus to build. Not, it doesn't work, it's just on local, it's just on, and then you send screenshots to those people that you no. Want them to, they check that, okay, here now, they like, okay, you interact to my custom deployed Solana program, interact with my deployed Ethereum contract on Sepolia to fetch. So they see that, yeah, this actually deal with, if you claim you are multi-chain experienced, they can see it right from here now. And it's working now. You can see this is a site anyone can visit. You can share on social media. It's not local. Everything is working. Yeah, it's working. So if you want to now begin to join that challenge and build this all these projects, and I acquire income skill. I'm not promising anybody money. That it's about seriousness. It's about that's why this challenge DPU launching is not. That's why I want to do the next 1 year, build you into a pro. If it's non-refundable, because I only need serious people, and you don't see me telling you earn millions, no. Because if you get this solid skill, then with other tips I also share, other students share, creating that section for make money. So that's why I won't be covering this step here for you. So how to make money, I'll be creating a dedicated course for that, on sharing my experience on making money in Web3 with my Web3 development skill and the opportunities there. And then students also will be able to share their skills. So when you are coming to watch that course, you will see what I share, and then up to date how different students, maybe they get job, how those things are helping. So that's where you should. So make sure you upgrade to the DPU Pro. You want to start adding, then you want to upgrade to the DPU Pro, which is 2,400 USD in a year. We are going on this 1 year challenge now. You want to, and maybe when you are joining later, we also have backlog of projects. You can always join for the monthly challenge and build as much as you want. So to speed up your portfolio, and this is now up to almost 79, almost 80% discount for just 500 for a year. So, and if you are watching this now and you are early out of the 50 slot, because this will also be going up. So this is the actual word. So it's just for the first launch discount. So if this now, I also want to give just about 5 people up to 50% discount. So maybe up to 10 will have access to maybe 20% low. So you don't want to miss. You want to be among those top 5 now. You quickly want to type this out in comment. Please give me DPU Pro discount. You are watching on free platform. If you are already DPU Pro, you don't need that. So please give me DPU Pro discount in comment now, and I will respond. Note that once I respond, you have just few hours, max of like 24 hours. If you are not serious, you think you can try to wait and come back days or weeks, you will lose it. So once I post it to you, another person asks within a day, and then the person go in, the slot has been given. So I'll be able to reply to you. Please give me DPU Pro discount. So you want to get access on to that to unlock, and that if you are among those that first ask and get, then you can get this for just $250 for the first 1 year launch discount. So but if not, if you delay, maybe by the time you'll be watching this, you check this site, you will see that this has even jumped more. And then there are other options, like once you join, you can refer others. Like imagine referring others and getting up to 40%, up to 40%. The affiliate can change from time to time, but up to 40% from this. So because you have seen it and it worked. So that's it for this section. We've been able to build, and at any point in time you can visit this like vercelxyz.com. so I don't know, this domain might change or whatever, but at least I use it to show you these are what you need to submit. I won't approve .vercel. Other vendor whatever. No, you have to have your custom domain. Real world project is what you learned to build. So, and then you want to join to start adding more projects here from your backend. You have your form to add it already. If you click here, you have this form to add new project that you build. You select the technologies that align, and then you submit. So we built all this together in the front end backend section as well. So I think we've done, and have I really fulfilled my promise to you that we'll build a real world full stack Web3 dApp and portfolio dApp, and you'll be able to use it to get job, freelance gigs and things like that, because to you want. So that's what you want to submit for me, real working project, and I should be able to test this and it should be working. So it should be working. It should be working. So meanwhile, I also will be launching a platform for the Foskaay for templates, to build template where you have access to different templates for full stack dApp project. So I will be starting with this as well. So if you have interest, you want to get and you watch the video to this end for the template section, that is a bonus for you. I will be launching the template for about $300 USD or USDT or USDC stable coin, you understand? So but because if you are watching now, you could get a discount for just 100, and that is for a whole, you will have access to 1 year of updates plus support, because all these things, building the template at times is not really, but continuous update, a lot of things. I've done these things for lots of Australia and all those things free, then it is not maintainable for me. So a lot of those things get outdated. So but if I know that, okay, at least some token has been committed by these people, I also will get more encouraged to. So if you are DPU student, which you can be now, then you can get this for limited time for $50 for the 1 year. So that this portfolio dApp template, it will be ready, and then I'll be adding this to it. I'll be adding at least more blockchain. This is Solana, this is Ethereum. So I will be adding like Binance Smart Chain. They are also popular. I think Base. So which each of them will have their own test and there are something. So and all the smart contract code, the front end, the back end code, everything, you will have access to it as a bundle. In that, you will have access to it as a bundle in that in the particular file for you to download and access to. So by the time you have it, it will have at least about 4 blockchains. I think maybe Base and Binance Smart Chain or things like that. So at least 4 or maybe even more. I would decide, but at least it will have more than this 2. And each of those smart contracts, you will have it there. You will have the smart contract there as well for you. So you can go ahead and deploy it on those platforms and connect them using the knowledge you've learned from here. So if you want to take advantage of that, you want to make sure you type below, please give me the portfolio dApp template discount. So just like here now, please give me DPU Pro discount for the membership. You will also include, please give me the portfolio dApp template discount. So for it, so then you'll be able to get it. This will just be for few people getting it for 100, and if you're already student or you upgrade, you get it for 50 for a year update and support for that template as it is. I won't do customization or anything for you, so you do that. So that's it for this full course. It's been a long weeks working on this. I hope you found it helpful. Let me know in the comment below. I hope it's helpful for you to launch you to getting started, and I want to hold you by hand and launch you to become more pro and build that high income skill that you can now go ahead to earn through employment, freelance, grants, bounty hackathon, and more like that. So that's it for this video. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you and hope to see you in DPU Pro, where we'll continue to build and challenge ourselves on monthly basis. That's it. Peace. And please always remember to do good to humanity and nature with your Web3 programming skill and not evil, to make the world and universe better place for us all. See you in the next. Don't forget to type, please give me DPU Pro discount for the upgrade, up to 50% discount on DPU Pro, and this discount as well to on the, please give me portfolio dApp template discount. So as well, so if you see me respond, it means you can take advantage, and once I respond, you take advantage immediately. So that's it. I remain Foskaay. Peace, and see you in the DPU Pro monthly challenge. Bye.